Chapter 431. On the night of the banquet in Xiancheng Garden, the newly promoted Haidwan-de Master Ji Xingxuan attempted to kill someone to silence them. In the end, she failed and was caught. As the host of the banquet, Lu Tan did not deliberately suppress the matter. In addition, there were many witnesses that night, so the next day, the entire Taishe library was abuzz with the news. Yu Shu did not go to the library today. When she was upstairs holding Xan Lu, her arm muscles were slightly strained. There were many things that happened last night and she did not have time to attend to it. Early in the morning, Shuai ordered someone to invite the doctor to Wangji. Lu Shuai planned to wait until after the morning court session to enter the palace to see the emperor, so he was not in a hurry to go out. He first showed the stack of things that he found in Ji Xingxuan's room to Yu Shu to see and unexpectedly received a sweet reward. Because of Yu Shu's generous attitude, he was happy but he could not figure out what she was thinking about him. Shuai sat on the chair in a daze for a while. When he heard Lin Fu outside the door reporting that the doctor had arrived, he collected his thoughts and followed him upstairs. Because Yu Shu's injury was to her muscles and bones, Shuai specially found a female doctor from the Fengren Medical Center in the north of the city for convenience. After a careful examination, Yu Shu's two arms were slightly swollen and there was a large bruise on her abdomen. Yu Shu fastened her belt and walked out of the room. She happened to hear Shuai asking the doctor and did not miss his frowning and distressed expression. She pursed her lips and smiled. Rubbing her arms, she sat next to him and said in a light tone, "Fortunately, there are no injuries to her muscles and bones. It will be fine after applying some medicine. It's not like you don't know that my body and bones are strong. This small injury and pain is nothing." Looking at her nonchalant look, Shuai couldn't help but feel annoyed and a little sour. A girl's body was originally delicate, just like his sisters in the family. It would be terrible even if they were knocked or touched. But she just had to think that her body was as strong as steel. It was obvious that she was not loved when she was young. Yu Shu saw Shuai suddenly put on a stern face towards her and was still puzzled. She watched him send the doctor to the door and let Guiqi follow him to get the medicine. He then turned his head towards her and said, "I am going to the palace. You stay in the building obediently and don't run around." Yu Shu didn't think about where to go, so she nodded and agreed. Anyway, Ji Xingxuan was in prison and the court would handle the case. She didn't have to worry about it. Now that she had nothing to worry about, she could eat and sleep well. After Shuai left, Yu Shu went back to her bed to sleep. When it was almost noon, she was woken up by Xiao Qing, saying that someone was visiting. The person who came was none other than the Assistant Minister of Works, Qiu Jiming, who had asked Yu Shu to solve a family matter a few days ago. Yu Shu had slept enough. Although her arm hurt, it didn't hinder her from seeing the guest. She invited him to the back courtyard. "Qiu Darren." The moment Yu Shu entered the door, Qiu Jiming stood up first and cupped his hands towards her. With an apologetic expression, he said, "This Qiu was tied up with many matters and came a few days late to personally thank the female oracle. My daughter has already recovered and her body is getting better day by day. It was all thanks to the oracle's guidance that she was able to survive. Darren is too courteous." Yu Shu modestly waved her hand and gestured for him to sit down. She had heard from Shuai about Qiu Jiming's character, so she wasn't afraid to say a few cheap words. "It's just a small effort to solve people's worries. I have done a good deed." Qiu Jiming smiled. His complexion was much cleaner than the last time he came to see Yu Shu. After drinking a cup of tea with Yu Shu, they chatted for a while before getting to the main topic. "I heard that the oracle has a house on Baochang Street. It's not a small place, but it's always closed and empty. I wonder why." Yu Shu didn't think too much and casually said, "There's nothing in that house. The pond is dry and the doors and windows are old. I haven't taken the time to rest." Who knew that the moment she said this, Chiu Jiming laughed and continued, repairing a house is a troublesome task. But it's not good to always leave it empty. If the oracle isn't free, why don't I help you take care of it? It won't be fast, but 2 months later, you can move in. Yushu didn't expect Chiu Jiming to suggest repairing a house for her. This wasn't something that could be done in a day or two. Not to mention finding good carpenters, gardeners, craftsmen and masons, just the preparation of the materials would take a month or two. Now, he said that she could move in after 2 months. Wasn't this a joke? Yushu thought of something and said, is Darren joking with me? In fact, it didn't take much effort for her to help the Chiu family cure Miss Chiu's madness. She only ran back and forth for a day and took advantage of him. She felt a little guilty. Chiu Jiming saw the hesitation on Yushu's face, but there wasn't any greed. He nodded his head and thought that this young oracle was indeed someone worth befriending. His face became even more amiable as he said, if the oracle doesn't trust me, why don't you ask Darren Shui to be your guarantor? If I destroy your house, I will compensate you with a new one. Yushu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She could see that Chiu Jiming wanted to repair her house to repay her. She hesitated and didn't know if she should accept it or not. So she said, how about this? Moving the earth isn't a small matter. Wait for my big brother to come back. I will discuss it with him and give Darren an answer. That's good. Chiu Jiming didn't force her and agreed. After drinking tea, he said his goodbyes and left. Shui Rui's visit to the palace to see the emperor went smoothly. After a few days, the emperor's anger subsided a lot. When he heard that the suspect was caught and Jing Qin was cleared of suspicion, he ordered Shui Rui to investigate it as soon as possible. As for the possibility that Ji Xingxuan might be related to the group that murdered Jing Qin, Shui Rui didn't mention this to the emperor in advance. First, it wasn't accurate. Second, he was afraid that the news would leak. After leaving the palace, Shui Rui went straight to the Supreme Court's prison. He saw Ji Xingxuan again that night and decided to interrogate her personally. It was a sleepless night. Because Ji Xingxuan hadn't been convicted yet, she didn't change into her prison uniform. She was still wearing the high-quality silk dress that she wore to the banquet last night. Her hair was messy as she sat on the wooden bed. When faced with Shui Rui's questions, she remained silent. Who instructed you to put the note in the dead man's book? You're not going to say that you were trying to cover up the real murderer of the dead man, or that you were the one who instructed this. Shui Rui didn't seem to care whether she answered or not. He stood in front of the isolated cell and asked one question after another, paying attention to her expression and movements. If it was you who instructed it, then it's not strange. Your grandfather Ji Huaishan's corruption case was caused by Dozi. You have a grudge against him, so you framed him and hired a killer. Who would have thought that the whole process would be witnessed by Qin Yuero and coincidentally heard by Miss Axean? In order to cover up the truth, you wanted to silence him. In the end, you went for wool and came home shorn. You were caught red-handed. Is what I said wrong? Shui Rui sneered and looked at the woman in the cage. He only treated her as a murderer. Think about it carefully. If you don't plan to confess and give up your accomplices, then you are the mastermind of this case. According to the law, you should be beheaded for murdering a woman from an aristocratic family. Don't hope that someone will save you. Ji Xingxuan finally reacted. She slowly raised her head. She looked embarrassed, but her expression was cold. You want to punish me with just a few statements? Lord Shui, do you think that I'm a 3-year-old child who doesn't understand the law? It seems that you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Shui Rui's face darkened. He stretched his hand to the side, and one of his subordinates took out a stack of papers and handed it to him. Shui Rui pressed them against the wooden bars and said, "These were found in your room in the LoveLore Library. They are all Dozi's handwriting. After investigation, Dozy lived in seclusion in the south of the city several months ago. This was the handwriting he left behind at that time. However, it was stolen by someone for copying. With this evidence, what else do you have to say? Ji Xingxuan was stunned. She propped herself up and walked to the side of the cell. After seeing the words on the papers clearly, her face suddenly twisted. She grabbed the wooden bars and laughed wildly. "Ha, you really want to kill me? You came up with this trick to frame me. It must be her. It must be that ungrateful villain." Shui Rui naturally knew who the despicable person she spoke of was, and he didn't approve in the slightest towards Ji Xingxuan's extreme actions at this moment. When he was in Yang City last year, he'd seen with his own two eyes how the Ji clan mistreated Yu Shu and her younger brother, and how they'd forced them into a dead end. After he'd witnessed the Ji clan's shameless actions, Shui Rui was extremely suspicious of how this clan was thick-skinned to the point of actually thinking that they owed Yu Shu a debt of gratitude. Thinking of this, he was not in the mood to ask any more. He repeated for the last time. "Ji Xingxuan, I ask you again. Are you going to confess?" Ji Xingxuan's eyes struggled for a moment. Then, she was blinded by anger. She gritted her teeth and said, "You tell that damn villain that even if I become a ghost, I won't let her go." Shui Rui suddenly narrowed his eyes and glanced at her fiercely. He turned around and left, leaving only one order. Use torture. As a law enforcer who wore a black veil on his head, as long as he wore his official robe, he was never the soft-hearted one. Yu Shu waited until it was almost evening before she heard that Shui Rui had returned. She hurriedly rolled out of bed and ran downstairs while tidying up her clothes. Shui Rui didn't even have time to change out of his official robe before he was blocked by her in the living room. She watched as she chased everyone out and closed the door. She turned her head and asked him, "How was it? Did His Majesty scold you again?" Shui Rui shook his head and pointed at a chair for her to sit down. He walked to her side and poured a cup of tea. He stood in front of her and forced himself to drink 2 mouthfuls. He let out a sigh of relief and said, "This afternoon, I went to the prison to interrogate Ji Xingxuan. Unfortunately, she clenched her teeth and refused to say a single word." Yu Shu slightly frowned and asked, "I knew that she was stubborn. Did you use torture?" Shui Rui nodded his head. There was a need to pay attention to torture. It couldn't be too heavy at the beginning. Otherwise, there would be suspicion of extorting a confession. Yu Shu looked disappointed. After thinking for a while, she begged Shui Rui, "Can you take me with you next time?" Shui Rui said without thinking, "No." Yu Shu hurriedly said, "Maybe I can think of a way to make her talk." She definitely didn't want to see Ji Xingxuan suffer. Well, she did have that kind of thought. This time, Shui Rui was not willing to negotiate. No matter what she said, he didn't plan to take her to the prison to observe. Seeing that there was no hope, Yu Shu temporarily stopped thinking about it. Then, she told Shui Rui about Qiu Jiming's visit today. She asked for his opinion. Shui Rui's attitude was more straightforward than hers. "Yes. Lord Qiu is the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works. He is best at building. Others can't even beg him with money. Since he took the initiative to propose it, you would be stupid to refuse." Yu Shu said embarrassedly, "Isn't this too much of an advantage?" Shui Rui looked at her with a strange look. He didn't pay attention and said what was on his mind. "When did you learn to be so thin-skinned?" Yu Shu's face was slightly red. She forcefully glanced at Shui Rui. Chapter 432. After Shui Rui ordered Ji Xingxuan to be tortured, he would make time to visit the prison every day. However, for 3 days, he still could not get Ji Xingxuan to talk. The more Ji Xingxuan clenched her teeth, the more he was sure that there was a mastermind behind her. On one hand, he sent more people to protect her in the prison, and on the other hand, he started to investigate the suspicious people she had been in contact with, trying to uncover the truth and draw the snake out of its hole. On this day, Shui Rui returned from the Supreme Court. As soon as he entered the door, he heard the housekeeper report that his second aunt, Madame Xan, had sent someone to invite him to the West residence for tea. Shui Rui changed out of his official robes and went to the West residence. Although the Shui family was a large family with many businesses, they were not very prosperous. When it came to Shui Lingnan's line of descent, because he was not fond of wine and women, he only had 2 sons and 2 daughters. It was unknown whether it was fortunate or unfortunate that one of his 2 daughters became the Xiang princess consort and the other became the Gui Fei. However, the eldest son passed away when he was young, leaving only Shui Rui, who was raised by Shui Lingnan's side. The second son was born by Shui Lingnan's concubine. After the death of the eldest son, his name was transferred to the legal wife. Now, he was an assistant minister in the Ministry of War and married a young lady of the Xan family, who was Shui Rui's second aunt, Madame Xan. The Xan family had 1 son and 2 daughters. This married woman was clever in handling matters and managed Assistant Minister Shui's inner courtyard in an orderly manner. Since a young age, she had been kind to Shui Rui, the first grandson of the eldest branch. However, for some unknown reason, her only son, Shui Guangshu, always did not get along with Shui Rui, his eldest cousin brother. The assistant minister's mansion was next to the minister's mansion, so it was often referred to as the West Mansion. The moment Shui Rui stepped through the front door, a quick-footed servant boy immediately ran inside to report his arrival. By the time Shui Rui passed through the parlor, the 2 personal maids of Madame Xan had already come over to greet him. When Shui Rui saw Madame Xan, she was embroidering a sachet in the garden. There were several finished products in her basket. When she saw her nephew, she stopped her needlework and pointed at the stone block, inviting him to sit down. "Second aunt, are you looking for me?" On his way here, Shui Rui had been wondering why Xan Enterprises was looking for him. No matter how he thought about it, it must be because of the lot drawing incident in Xianchun Garden a few days ago. Sure enough, Xan sure smiled at him. Her curved eyes looked very friendly. She poured a cup of tea for him and asked without beating around the bush, "Yesterday, I went back to my mother's house and heard from my 2 brothers that my little niece was almost pushed out of the building at the 9th Prince's banquet. Fortunately, you saved her. Your second uncle of the Xan family wanted to hold a feast to thank you for such a great favor, but he was too shy, so he sent me here to ask first." This was the beauty of Madame Xan's character. Although she was Shui Rui's elder, she never put on airs in front of him. Even if it was a small matter, she would not make decisions for Shui Rui. Shui Rui took a sip of tea and shook his head. "Second aunt, you may not know this, but the 6th miss of the Xan family was not saved by me. I don't dare to hold a feast to thank you." This was the truth. If it were not for Yu Shu who ran fast and took the risk to pull Xan Lu, she would have fallen down the building in time. Madame Xan was not surprised. Instead, she said, "I know about this." At that time, the female fortune teller was also present. "I heard that she was the one who pulled her back first. My brother and sister-in-law must thank her. Brother Rui, you don't have to worry too much. Sigh, I will tell you the truth. Your uncle of the Xan family knew that you were in charge of this case, so he wanted to do something to make sure that the murderer who dared to harm our daughter didn't get away with it." Shui Rui said, "There is no need to hold a feast to thank you. Second aunt's family is also part of our family. This will make us seem distant. Second aunt, don't worry. This case is under the orders of the emperor. I dare not be careless." Madame Xan saw that she could not persuade him, so she rolled her eyes and said a few words to get over it. She took out a freshly embroidered sachet from the sewing basket and gave it to him. "Last time, I saw that the corner of your embroidered sachet was rubbed off, so I sewed a new pattern for you. You know that I like to think of these things to kill time. I dare not say about other things, but in terms of needlework, there is no one in the two families who is better than me. Shui Rui accepted the sachet with a smile. Madame Axian did not wait for him to open his mouth and shooed him away first. You have a lot of things to do. Go busy yourself. If there is any movement in this case, don't forget to tell me. Shui Rui agreed and left with the sachet. When he was out of sight, Madame Axian turned her head and waved towards the east side of the pavilion. A middle-aged woman with a stout appearance walked out from behind a tree. She dusted off the corner of her dress and walked up to the pavilion. Sister-in-law, you heard it. It's not that I don't want to matchmake my family, it's that he doesn't have the intention, Madame Axian said to her second sister-in-law, Hosher, with a helpless expression. Hosher said unhappily, why can't I see it? You didn't even mention our Fei-Fei. Even if this young master has the intention, who can see it? Madame Axian rolled her eyes and said, Sister-in-law, think about it. If he really has the intention, wouldn't he rush to say yes when he heard that older brother is inviting him to a feast? Why does he have to refuse again and again? Hosher thought for a moment and felt that this was the case. Her expression couldn't help but become dispirited. Axian sure saw this and dismissed the servant girls. She advised in a small voice, let me tell you something. Old Master Shui has plans to marry into the Count's household. Although it hasn't been decided yet, I don't think it's too bad. Sister-in-law, don't be so muddle-headed and drag down your niece's status for no reason. Do you think it's impossible for this to reach the ears of the old master in the end and catch his eye, and then give Fei-Fei to eldest young master as his second wife? It's not like you don't know that eldest young master originally wanted Princess Shang, but that incident still happened. When she said this, she suddenly stopped. Seeing that Hosher was engrossed in listening, she hurriedly interrupted. In short, not everyone can be the daughter-in-law of the eldest grandson of the Shui family. When Hosher heard her say this, she was slightly regretting her rash actions. She grimaced and said, it's not that I'm greedy, but I only have this precious daughter. I want her to marry well and be able to help her brother in the future. Wasn't that Dr. Shui locked up in the inner compound because he cursed eldest master to death? I thought that he didn't have a mother-in-law to control him, and I heard you say that eldest young master's room was clean. I thought that this was a good thing to increase the relationship, so I had this idea. If it's really like what you say, I won't touch it. Axian sure could hear that she had changed her mind and hurriedly said a few more words to stop Hosher's thoughts. Shui Rui left the West Manor and walked towards the East Street. He didn't walk far before stopping. He beckoned at the side of the road. A half-grown boy ran out from the alley and came over to Fawn. Eldest young master, third young master went out to drink with the ladies last night and hasn't returned yet. N, who came to the West Manor during the day. Replying to you, this one saw the second mistress of the Axian family come. When did she leave? This. I don't think I saw her. Shui Rui rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. He could roughly guess why Axian sure asked him to come today. He couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. He said to the boy, you go. Ah, have a safe trip. For the past few days, Yushu listened to Shui Rui's words and did not run around. She only applied plasters in the Wangji Tower, drank some soup, and recuperated in peace. The swelling on her strained arm quickly subsided. In the middle of the afternoon, she was lying on the patio with her legs crossed, eating a special pumpkin from Wangji building. Young Madame Bai was sitting on a stool next to her, playing a light and cheerful tune according to the song she picked. While she was enjoying herself like this, she heard the sound of footsteps coming from upstairs. Sis. Yushu put down the melon skin. There was still a black melon seed stuck on the corner of her mouth. She saw Yu Xiaoxiu open the curtain and run in with a panicked face. Behind him was the fat man, Lin Fu, who was panting. Xiaoxiu. Yu Shu quickly sat up, wiped her mouth and said, "Why are you here?" Yu Xiaoxiu pressed his chest and shouted breathlessly, "Mother, mother is gone." When Yu Shu heard this, she didn't feel surprised or panicked. She had long found that she couldn't live a peaceful life for a few days, and then there would be trouble around her. What happened? Don't worry, come and sit down. Yu Shu pulled him to her side and gave Lin Fu a look, signaling him to go back to his work. Before Yu Xiaoxiu could even catch his breath, he hurriedly told her what had happened. Today was Baichuan Academy's rest day. Because Yu Shu hadn't been home for a while, Yu Xiaoxiu couldn't see Aunt Chui. He wanted to go and see her, so he told Zhao Hui and asked Lu Zhong to drive him to the small courtyard where Aunt Chui lived. Who would have thought of the place? The servant woman who stayed in the courtyard to boil water and cook told him that Aunt Chui and servant girl Xiang Sui hadn't come back for several days. The servant woman was bought by Yu Shu from the supply house. Seeing that her master didn't come home, she was anxious but had nowhere to look for Yu Shu. She didn't know where she lived, so she could only wait in the small courtyard. Yu Shu listened and frowned. She asked, "Are their clothes and luggage still there?" If Yu Xiaoxiu hadn't reminded her, she would have almost forgotten about Aunt Chui. It seemed that she hadn't visited her since the Dian list was released. I went into the room to have a look. Her clothes were all there. The old maid said that mother went out in the morning 3 days ago with Xiang Sui and never came back. Sister, where do you think mother went? Did the Ji family send people to take her back? Ji Yunshu asked. Yu Xiaoxiu was too worried and didn't ask the servant woman who cooked carefully. So, he didn't know after Yu Shu asked a few questions. Yu Shu thought that she had arranged Aunt Chui in a remote place. With the power of the Ji family in Anling City, they wouldn't be able to find her and the possibility of being taken away by them was not high. But when she thought of how troublesome Aunt Chui was, she was afraid that something was wrong with her and she went back by herself. Sister. Yu Xiaoxiu pulled Yu Shu. In addition to worry, there was also a little pleading on his face, as if he was afraid that Yu Shu wouldn't care about it. Seeing this, Yu Shu patted him on the shoulder and comforted him, "Don't be afraid. I will go back to my room to have my fortune told and see if mother is safe." Yu Xiaoxiu nodded hurriedly. He still remembered clearly the whip that third Master Ji gave him. It was like peeling off his skin. He was really afraid that Aunt Chui would also be beaten like that if she was taken back. Yu Shu went downstairs with Yu Xiaoxiu and went to the study to calculate the 8 characters of Aunt Chui with the law of time. The result made her secretly relieved, but she couldn't help wondering. Chapter 433. In the evening, when Shui Rui came back, he didn't see Yu Shu in the building. He asked someone and learned that Yu Xiaoxiu came in the afternoon. At that time, Madame Bai, who was playing the pipe, was there. When she heard that the siblings said that their mother disappeared and went out to look for her, she told Shui Rui the truth. Shui Rui knew what kind of person concubine Chui was. Of course, he also knew that Yu Shu did not really like this biological mother who had remarried into the Ji family as a concubine. Saying that she did not like concubine Chui was just a nice thing to say. Compared to that concubine Chui, she treated Zhao Hui more like a real mother and daughter. Yu Shu went out. Since Shui Rui had nowhere to look for her, he got busy with his business first. He pondered over the few testimonies he had obtained today. Just like that, he waited until it was past dinner time before he saw Yu Shu return. When Yu Shu came back from the backyard, she saw the light in Shui Rui's room on the first floor, so she directly pushed the door and went in. She found a chair to sit down and drink water while calling Shui Rui in the small study room. "Eldest brother, I'm back." When Shui Rui heard the sound of the door, He put down what he was doing and came out to have a look. She was sitting there rubbing her legs with her shoulders down. She looked tired. He guessed that she didn't find her, so he asked, "How come I heard that your mother disappeared?" "Well, she ran out a few days ago and disappeared. When Xiaoxiu went to see her today, he found that she was missing. Xiaoxiu and I looked for her in the east of the city for the whole afternoon. Someone saw her leaving home with a maid, but we didn't know where she went. I saw that it was late, so I sent Xiaoxiu back and then came back." Yu Shu was depressed. This time, she was negligent. She didn't think that Aunt Chui forgot the pain after the scar was healed. She was so bold to run out. If she knew this, she would have asked the old maid to keep an eye on her. Shui Rui said, "Shall I send someone to help you look for it?" Yu Shu casually said, "There's no need. She doesn't have much money on her, and she can't go far with a maid. She might come back tomorrow." As soon as she finished speaking, she noticed Shui Rui's slightly disapproving expression, and only now did she feel that her words were slightly cold. After all, as far as Shui Rui was concerned, no matter how bad concubine Chui was, she was her birth mother in the end, and he didn't know that she'd never taken that woman to be her mother. So he rubbed his eyebrows and said, "I did a divination. She's fine now. She'll be safe for the next few days." In fact, she was thinking too much. Shui Rui had long understood her temperament. He knew that she was a person who put herself in others' shoes. Others had to treat her well first before she would treat them well. She was not willing to suffer losses, but she was also a person who valued friendship and righteousness. How could she be cold? However, this person was missing, not something lost. How could he sit back and do nothing? Shui Rui sat down beside her, poured a cup of warm water and handed it to her. He patiently said, "Let's see tomorrow. If she doesn't come back, I will help you look for her. Even if nothing happens, it's not good to let your mother stay outside." Oh. Yu Shu considered Yu Xiaoxiu's mood, so she agreed to his words. She didn't want to talk about Aunt Chui anymore. She touched her empty belly and said, "I'm hungry. Let's eat first." Needless to say, she knew that Shui Rui hadn't eaten dinner yet. He was waiting for her. Sure enough, Shui Rui had already asked people to prepare the meal. When she came back, they could start eating. At the dining table, Shui Rui talked to Yu Shu about an upcoming event. Next month is the Saint Ancestors Sacrifice Day. Every year, the LoveLore Library will choose a few people to accompany the emperor. This is a rare event. When you go to the library these days, remember to pay attention. It's best to ask Academician Fong. According to your ranking in this year's Diyan examination, you will most likely be selected. I'm afraid that you will be secretly replaced by those aristocratic children. So, you have to plan early. Yu Shu asked in confusion, "Saint Ancestors Sacrifice Day? Which day is it?" Seeing her expression, Shui Rui realized that she still didn't know about it. Although it was strange, he still told her, "The 9th day of the 5th month is the death anniversary of Emperor Anwu. Since 200 years ago, the emperor has been holding the Memorial Day. Every year on this day, the emperor will go to the imperial mausoleum to worship heaven, to comfort the holy spirits of the past generations, and to pray for the people of the world. All the officials with important positions in the court have to follow. The Saint Ancestors Sacrifice Day is organized by the Celestial Commissioner. Of course, the LoveLore Library is also a part of it." Yu Shu nodded and said, "I know. There is Academician Fong's morning class the day after tomorrow. I will ask him." Accompanying the emperor was not a small matter. She didn't expect that she would have the opportunity to see the emperor's true appearance so soon. She didn't know what the emperor looked like and what his temperament was like. After the meal, Yu Shu found a chance to remind Shui Rui, "Big brother, I think you will see blood tomorrow." Stay away from those sharp corners. Swords don't have eyes. You should avoid them, okay? Shui Rui didn't ask how she calculated it in detail. He made a mental note to be careful tomorrow. Seeing that she was going to go upstairs to rest, he hesitated and stopped her at the door. Shoo. Is there anything else? Yushu turned around and casually rested one hand on the door frame. She was wearing a bamboo-colored gown that accentuated her long legs and slender waist. It was rare to see such a tall girl at the age of 16. People with slender figures often made people feel that they were delicate, but she had a strong backbone. Just by looking at her, he couldn't help but like her and couldn't help but look forward to her. Shui Rui smiled warmly and changed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Nothing. Go to bed early. Remember to let them apply medicine for you. Forget it. He didn't want to be too hasty and ruin this unspoken closeness in front of him. The next day, Yushu prepared to go home. Yesterday, she sent Yu Xiaoxiu back. Because it was dark, she didn't enter the house. She also missed Xiao Hui and the little baby. Lin Fu knew that she was going back to the Fu, so he had already informed the kitchen maid to prepare a 4-layer high food box. Inside were the soups and pastries that were unique to Wang Jilu. He also prepared a basket of pumpkins and fruits that he had purchased a few days ago and carried them to the hidden box at the back of the carriage for her to bring back. Yushu greeted Shui Rui in the morning. Shui Rui knew that she would stay in Wang Jilu until she finished sorting out the big box of files, so he wasn't worried that she would run away. He was also secretly glad that he found such a job for her to do and kept her. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to see each other every day. As soon as the sun rose, Yushu returned home. Zhao Hui was very happy to see her. She sent her to greet old Madam He and called her over. She hadn't finished her confinement yet. She sat on the bed with a silk quilt covering her stomach. She ordered the servant girl to bring the tea table. Soon, the table was filled with food. The two of them talked. Yushu didn't mention Aunt Chui running away from home. He Fangji went to the medical center. Yu Xiaoxiu was coaxed by Yushu last night, so he went to school as usual today. Yushu ate half a plate of melon seeds and finished telling Zhao Hui about the inside of Taisher Shu Garden. Coincidentally, He Xiaochuan woke up. After the wet nurse fed him, she brought the child over for her to see. Zhao Hui said, "The last time you came home, the string of bells you gave me was really useful. In the middle of the night, when this brat cried and made a fuss, you shook it. When he heard the sound, he became obedient. It's very worrisome." As she said that, she let the wet nurse pass the child to Yushu. This time, Yushu was not so reserved when she hugged He Xiaochuan. She touched his soft little hands and felt that it was fun. He Xiaochuan ignored her touching and yawned twice. After a while, he fell asleep again. At this time, there was some movement outside the door. Shen Nanny went out to help, but after a while, she ran back in and said to Zhao Hui and Yushu with a strange expression, "Madam, miss, there's a matchmaker in the front yard." Zhao Hui was stunned and didn't react. Yushu turned around and asked, "What matchmaker?" Shen Nanny stomped her feet. "He said he's here to propose marriage to Miss." "Ah." Zhao Hui hurriedly sat up straight and asked in detail, "Where did this person come from?" "He came to propose marriage." "What's going on?" Although she, as a mother, had long been concerned about Yushu's marriage, without Yushu's approval, she had only been thinking about the dowry list in private. How could she not be surprised when a matchmaker suddenly came to visit without any preparation? "This servant will go and ask." Shen Nanny couldn't explain clearly, so she walked out again. "Wait." Yushu carried He Xiaochuan to the wet nurse and said to Zhao Hui, "Mother, I'll go to the front to take a look." Zhao Hui wanted to say that this matter wasn't suitable for a girl like her, but her body wasn't well, so she couldn't send old Madam He out, so she could only let her go. When she arrived at the front courtyard, just as Yushu walked through the door of the living room, she saw a woman in red and green sitting on a chair on the east side. She looked to be in her 40s, and behind her was an 8 or 9-year-old girl. This woman had smile lines on her face and was looking around. When she saw Yushu, she hesitated for a moment before standing up. She looked Yushu up and down and asked tentatively, "Is this the eldest miss of the Yu family?" Yushu glanced at her, walked over, and sat down on the main seat. She said, "Who invited you here?" The matchmaker had good eyesight. Seeing Yushu's manner, he guessed that she was the one in question. He didn't get angry at her for neglecting him. He smiled and smoothed the collar of his clothes. He said eloquently, "Eldest Miss Yu is truly a handsome person. Just by looking at you, you can tell that you're a dragon among men. No wonder you were able to pass the Imperial Court's Dian examination. You've done well. However, a girl will always be a girl. At your age, you're not young anymore. You should find a good family as soon as possible. A commoner isn't worthy of an intelligent person like you. Only someone born into an official's family can be a match." Assistant Minister Yin's third young master is talented and good-looking. He's just 2 years older than you, and he's a good poet. He's skilled in both literature and martial arts. Who knows how many people want to curry favor with him. It's rare that his wife has taken a liking to you. You're lucky. You need to know that an ordinary family can't enter an official's family." Yushu listened to the matchmaker's rambling for a long time. She only understood one thing: this person was sent by the Assistant Minister Yin's residence to propose marriage. He wanted to be her matchmaker. That's enough. Yushu interrupted the matchmaker's endless flattery of the third young master of the Yin family. She frowned and said, "I don't agree to this marriage. Go back and report it." This was the first time Yushu had encountered a matchmaker. She wasn't angry, but she was impatient. The matchmaker abruptly stopped talking and looked suspiciously at Yushu. He said, "You can't say it like that. This is the matchmaker's suggestion and the order of your parents. Your wife has readily agreed to it. That's why the lady of the assistant minister sent me here to say this. Why is eldest miss unwilling?" Hearing this, Yushu was confused. Her expression changed slightly. "My wife? Which one are you talking about?" The matchmaker unhappily said, "Who else? Of course it's eldest Miss Mother." Chapter 434. Updated, Yushu got some information from the matchmaker. Only then did she find out where Aunt Chui, who had disappeared for a few days, had gone. It turned out that she had gone to find her old master's family. There was a story behind this. Before Aunt Chui married Yu's father, who came to the capital for the imperial examinations, she worked as a maidservant in Assistant Minister Yin's family. Unfortunately, she was the maidservant who had just entered the residence of the assistant minister's wife and somehow hooked up with Yu's father, who was living in the Yin residence. When the assistant minister's wife found out, she was already pregnant. When this happened, the master of the family was embarrassed, so he gave Yu's father some money and sent Aunt Chui to be his wife. Then, he sent the two of them away from the capital. After that, there were Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu. Yushu remembered that she once heard Aunt Chui's maidservant, Xiang Sui, mention that Aunt Chui had the intention to find an old friend. At that time, she didn't pay much attention to it. She thought that Anling City was so big and Aunt Chui couldn't even find an old friend. Who would have thought that a blind cat would run into a dead mouse, and she really found out about it? This matchmaker didn't know much, but Yushu guessed that Aunt Chui, who didn't go home, must be staying in the assistant minister's residence. Otherwise, how could she find such a good thing for her? Yushu thought about what kind of family this assistant minister Yin was. The current left Prime Minister's surname was En, so this assistant minister En might be a relative of the Prime Minister's residence. If they were really a family, Yu Shu didn't want to get involved. What kind of family was the En family? Prince Ning Lu Hao's biological mother, Consort Shu, was the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's residence. Gritting her teeth in anger, Yu Shu drove the matchmaker away with a dark face. She didn't care that the matchmaker would go back and talk nonsense because she had decided to go to the En residence to fetch Aunt Chui. Before noon, Lu Zhong drove the carriage to the street in front of the main gate of Assistant Minister Yin's Fu. Getting off the carriage, Yu Shu raised her head and glanced at the plaque above the gate. After confirming that she had not come to the wrong place, she walked past the 2 stone lions and went up to knock on the door. She formally handed over her name card, using her identity as Shifu Yi. She claimed that she had come to take her mother home. The concierge went in to announce her arrival. After a long while, he came out and politely invited her in. Yu Shu was invited to a tea room, and she waited for an hour. When the concierge went in with Yu Shu's name card to report, the news reached Madame En, who was picking clothes in the backyard. Coincidentally, the matchmaker who had gone to Yu Shu's house to propose marriage in the morning was imitating her. The matchmaker had suffered a setback at Yu Shu's hands, so when he came back, he naturally didn't have anything good to say. Madame En was very angry when she heard that. She secretly thought that Yu Shu didn't know how to appreciate favors. When she heard that the matchmaker had come, she immediately ordered a servant girl to fetch Aunt Chui, who was temporarily living in the West Wing and was provided with good food and drinks by her. While they were talking, Aunt Chui entered the big room, her eyebrows and eyes full of joy. Not long ago, she had found the whereabouts of her old master and heard people talking about the female fortune teller on the street. At that time, she didn't know that it was her own daughter. Later, she and Madame En talked about old times and didn't tell her that she had remarried to the Ji family. Instead, she deliberately bragged about Yu Shu, claiming that her daughter had passed the examination for Shifu Yi. Madame En was more cautious and sent someone to find out. What she found out was that the servant girl whom she had sent away had given birth to a daughter, and it turned out to be the female fortune teller who was in the limelight at this year's Dian examination. That night, Madame En discussed this matter with Assistant Minister En. At first, she didn't think of marrying this daughter-in-law. Coincidentally, the next day, the 3rd young master of the En family fought with someone in the brothel for a prostitute. He injured his leg in a fight and was carried back. Assistant Minister En threw a tantrum, and Madame En then set her sights on Yu Shu. Speaking of which, the 3rd young master of the En family could be considered a good person. At the age of 13 or 14, he had started fooling around with the servant girl in his room. Now, at the age of 17 or 18, he had visited all the brothels in Anling City. He was born to be a lecherous ruffian and had a bad reputation. Therefore, although he put on a good show, he couldn't find a suitable marriage. Of course, Aunt Chui didn't know about this. When she heard that Madame En wanted to marry her, she couldn't be happier. She didn't plan much for Yu Shu and agreed immediately. However, she also knew that Yu Shu wouldn't listen to her, so she didn't dare to make a guarantee in front of Madame En. Instead, she lied that Yu Shu was staying at her godmother's house and had to send a matchmaker to plead for her. Madame En didn't understand. All she wanted to do was to find a reliable woman for her youngest son. Therefore, she asked for Yu Shu's date of birth and took it to the exchange house to compare it with 3rd young Master Yin's. The result was a good one. Madame En already had an older son to inherit the family business, so she didn't have to find a woman of equal social status for her youngest son. She was also satisfied with Yu Shu's identity as a fortune teller. That was why the matchmaker came to Zhao Hui's house today. Did Madame want to talk to me? Aunt Chui thought that since she was Master Yi's mother, she was no longer a maidservant. Therefore, she spoke with some confidence. However, because Madame Ian had treated her nicely for 2 days, she didn't know what to do. After entering the house, she consciously found a chair and sat down. She turned her head to look at the high-quality cloth stacked on the table. Her vision blurred and she reached out to touch it. She said enviously, "Are you going to catch up with G's tailor?" "Humph." Madame Ian turned her face away and snorted coldly. It was only then that Aunt Shui realized that she was unhappy. Therefore, she withdrew her hand and smiled awkwardly. "What's wrong, madam?" Madame Ian gave a look. The clever matchmaker at the side pouted and walked forward. She told Aunt Shui about how she had suffered in front of Yu Shu. "The eldest daughter of the Yu family has such a stubborn temper. She heard that I was sent by the assistant minister's residence, but she didn't give me a good look. She didn't even take a sip of tea before she chased me out. She said that her marriage wasn't up to you, madam, to decide." "What is this?" "I, matchmaker Zhang, have been in the business for many years. This is the first time I've met such a disrespectful girl. How did Madame Yu teach her daughter?" Aunt Shui was embarrassed by her words. She blushed and twisted the silk handkerchief that Madame Ian had given her yesterday. She scolded, "That unfilial daughter. I spent so much effort on her, but in the end, she didn't even live up to my expectations. Why should I make plans for her? Why should I?" As she spoke, she began to cry. Madame Ian impatiently rolled up her sleeves and slammed the teacup on the side. With a bang, Aunt Shui hiccuped and stopped. She stared at Madame Ian with tears in her eyes. Madame Ian already had an idea in her heart. She deliberately said coldly, "Just now, the gatekeeper said that your eldest daughter has come to the door and is waiting in the front hall to take you back. You should quickly pack your things and leave with her. Don't go back and say that I'm not human." Aunt Shui hurriedly said, "Madam, what do you mean? Didn't we agree to marry?" Madame Ian said angrily, "You can't make the decision for your daughter. What you said is useless." Aunt Shui looked embarrassed. She was embarrassed because she had lost face in front of Madame Ian. She was angry because Yu Shu wasn't filial to her. After thinking about it, she couldn't bear to cling to this marriage and the betrothal gift that Madame Ian had promised her. So she gritted her teeth and threw her fear of Yu Shu aside. She said to Madame Ian, "Madam, don't worry. I'll go and persuade that silly girl. She comes from a small family and doesn't know anything. Madam, please don't be offended. When I explain it to her, she will happily accept this marriage." Madame Ian was putting on airs and wanted her to go back and persuade her. She only looked better when her goal was achieved. She nodded and said, "Okay, go and tell her. Come back and tell me later." Chapter 435. Yu Shu waited for an hour. When her anger was almost gone, she saw a figure slowly walk in through the door. Because she was in someone else's home, it was not good for Yu Shu to lose her temper. She watched coldly as Aunt Shui sat down across from her. She gave her an uneasy smile and said, "I am only staying at someone else's fu for a few days. Why did you come looking for me?" "Since you know that this is someone else's fu," Yu Shu said patiently, "then quickly return with me." There is no rush." Although Aunt Shui had promised well in front of Ian Furen, when she was in front of Yu Shu, she still had a guilty conscience and was short of breath. She fidgeted for a bit and saw that Yu Shu did not seem to plan on losing her temper with her. She then gathered her courage and said, "This Ian family's assistant minister's Furen was originally mother's old mistress. Back then, I had followed your father to wander to Jiangnan. Now that I have returned to Jing, it was difficult to find a home. Furen remembers old affection and heard mother say that you are a good person. She wants to discuss marriage with our family and betroth you to the third young master of the Yin family. This marriage is something that cannot be found even with a lantern. You know how generous the Yin family is. Just the betrothal gift is enough for Xiaoxiu to live comfortably for the rest of his life. I heard that the matchmaker came but was chased out by you. You muddle-headed child, you really don't know what's good for you. In the end, Mother is still planning for you and Xiaoxiu. The more Aunt Chui spoke, the more confident she became. In the end, she even angrily scolded Yushu. Yushu just knew that she was a pushover. She actually had the nerve to covet the betrothal gift that was out of nowhere in front of her. She immediately snorted coldly and interrupted her mumbling. She said, Mother really has a lot of face. Even the wife of the assistant minister wants to claim kinship with you. She wants her own son to marry you, the daughter of a servant girl. This is not a match. Don't you fear people will laugh at you if this gets out? Concubine Chui was not convinced. She raised her head and grumbled unhappily, so what if I'm a servant? You're still the meat that fell out of my belly. You're still Master Yi. Can you find a second child like me in the entire capital? Yushu snickered and went straight to the point. It seems that you still have some self-awareness. You know that if it wasn't for me working hard, why would he look at you, a maidservant, and look at me, the daughter of a maidservant? Concubine Chui was immediately beaten back to her original state. Her face quickly turned red, and she looked at Yushu with a sneer. Seeing the disdain in Yushu's eyes, Concubine Chui didn't know where the courage came from. She pointed at Yushu and said angrily, no matter what, I have already agreed to this marriage. I gave birth to you and raised you. I am your biological mother and you are my biological daughter. Your father died early, so this marriage is naturally decided by me. I cannot tolerate your unreasonable pestering and spoiling the good things. Yushu had long known that Aunt Chui was a short-sighted and unreasonable person. She thought that being the mother-in-law of the son of the assistant minister was a great thing. How could she have known that Yushu, a female fortune-teller who was ranked third in the two rankings, could now be on equal footing with a fifth-ranked official just based on her rank? If they really talked about marriage, who knew who would benefit from it? The Yin family was also unreasonable. They pretended to be muddle-headed and thought that they had Aunt Chui in their hands. They wanted to trap Yushu, a live fish. Yushu's heart was clear. How could she tolerate this? Yushu also didn't intend to reason with Aunt Chui. Seeing that she was confused, she glanced at the maidservant guarding outside the door and sneered loudly, when Xiaoxiu and I were killed, why didn't Mother remember that I was your biological daughter? Don't be afraid of being laughed at by others. My marriage is a big matter, and you really can't make the decision. You don't have to worry about Xiaoxiu either. He has me, his sister, to worry about him. If you are really satisfied with the Yin family's marriage, then I will prepare a dowry for you. You can marry here yourself. After she finished speaking, she stood up and brushed her sleeves. She was about to walk out, not worried that the two maidservants with strange expressions would go back and repeat her words. You unfilial daughter. Aunt Chui was so angry that her mouth became crooked. She wanted to scold someone, but she showed her timidity. She could only point at Yushu and yell. Yushu couldn't be bothered with her. She stopped at the door and casually said to one of the maidservants, go and repeat what I said just now from your madam. Just say that I, you Swansea, said it myself. If she really wants my widowed mother to be her daughter-in-law, then send someone to the Wangji Tower in the north of the city to inform me. I will prepare the dowry in advance. Yushu rolled up her sleeves and left. She changed her original idea of taking Aunt Chui away. This assistant minister Yin's family dared to plot against her, so they couldn't blame her for not giving them face. As for Aunt Chui, she didn't believe that Madame Yin would not throw her out after hearing her words. Let's not talk about whether Madame Yin would throw Yushu and her daughter out after hearing what they said in the small tea room for the time being. Yushu walked out of the assistant minister's mansion and returned home. When Zhao Hui asked, Yu Shu only said that Aunt Shui found her old master's family and caused a misunderstanding by disturbing them. She didn't say it in detail. After all, she was almost sold by her own mother. This wasn't something to be happy about. Zhao Hui sighed inwardly when she saw her uneasy expression. She could roughly guess what was going on. Although she hadn't met Yu Shu and her brother's mother, she had heard a lot about her. Back when she was taking care of Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu in Yiyang City, she vaguely knew what kind of person Aunt Shui was. Otherwise, she wouldn't have forced Yu Shu to live on the streets. She still remembered that around this time last year, when shopkeeper Chao was still the eldest son of the Shui family, he carried Yu Shu back from outside on a rainy day. Yu Shu was beaten until her skin was torn and her clothes were ragged. At that time, she thought that if this was her child, she wouldn't let anyone hit her even if it meant risking her life. Thinking up to this point, Zhao Hui held Yu Shu's hand tightly and said with a pained expression, "To put it bluntly, even if she's your biological mother, she can't arbitrarily arrange your marriage. When a woman marries, it's equivalent to living a second life. Although your mother's knowledge is shallow, I know that you're not like ordinary children in the house. You have big ideas and a competitive personality. If you really want to find someone to grow old together, it's not enough to just find someone that suits you. That person must also be able to tolerate you." When Yu Shu heard Zhao Hui's heartfelt words, she was slightly startled. A person suddenly appeared in her mind. That person was very tolerant of her and could endure her strong personality. It could be said that he was also very good to her. Yu Shu suddenly came back to her senses. Only then did she realize what she was thinking about. She couldn't help but blush a little. Afraid that Zhao Hui would see through it, she lowered her head and leaned on her shoulder. She didn't mind the smell of blood on Zhao Hui's body. She rubbed her head against Zhao Hui's hair and muttered, "Mother is so lucky to have found such an infatuated person like Godfather." Zhao Hui smiled and pinched her face. "I was just talking about you, but you're making fun of father and mother." He Fangji came back from outside. When he lifted the curtain, he happened to hear Zhao Hui's words and asked, "What are you making fun of us about?" As he spoke, he took the sweet soup and tonic from the maidservant at the door and stirred it with a spoon. He gently blew on the hot air. Yu Shu looked at his actions and said with a smile, "I was just saying that Godfather and Godmother are so loving and enviable." Zhao Hui and He Fangji were not young, but they were both thin-skinned people. For a moment, they were embarrassed by her words. They laughed and scolded her before chasing her out. Yu Shu walked to the courtyard and turned her head to look at the afterglow of the setting sun on the wall. Her brows were shrouded with a touch of melancholy. She wasn't just making fun of them, but she really felt envious. Zhao Hui and He Fangji had gone through a lot of hardships to be able to enjoy such a happy life today. But in this world, how many men and women could either not go through thick and thin together, or they could not share the riches together? When their love was strong, they would make undying vows. When their love was thin, they would frown at each other. In the end, they would become a pair of infatuated men and resentful women. This was also the reason why she had always seen Shui Rui take great pains to treat her, but he refused to nod his head. In the end, she was afraid. She was afraid that this bosom friend in front of her would one day become a heartless man and make her sad again. It was just like how she had treated Jing Qin. She had once dug out her heart and lungs, but all she got in return was a sentence saying that their fate had come to an end. All the good things that had happened before had turned to smoke in the blink of an eye. No matter how helpless he was, he could not hide his ruthlessness towards her. In this life, she had a good time and she didn't want to waste it. She had once thought of finding a decent man and walking down the road, but she hit a wall with Jing Qin. Unknowingly, she became indifferent to the feelings between men and women. However, it couldn't be denied that after she became disheartened with Jing Qin, she couldn't help but be moved by Shui Rui. That was why she turned a blind eye to his methods of getting close to her, and acquiesced in this ambiguous relationship. Such a smart and far-sighted man, gentle and considerate, and sincerely trying to please her, how many women could not be moved? Yushu raised her hand and gently brushed her lips. She could still remember the kiss that made her heart beat faster that night, as well as that night in Xianchun Garden, the person she blurted out at the critical moment. She almost fell head first into it, but she calmed down and seriously considered her relationship with Shui Rui for the first time. She always felt that for her to take the initiative to take that step, she was still lacking something. What was still lacking? A trace of thought appeared in Yushu's eyes, and she hesitated in her heart. Yushu waited until Yu Xiaoxiu came back and told him that Aunt Shui was a guest in someone else's house, so that he could study in peace and not worry. Yu Xiaoxiu naturally wouldn't doubt the truth of Yushu's words. He only needed to know that Aunt Shui was fine. After the family had dinner, the sky was dark. Because of the matter at dusk, Yushu didn't know how to face Shui Rui when she returned to Wang Jilu, so she asked Yundo to make the bed and prepared to stay for the night. At least she didn't forget to send someone to Wang Jilu to send a message, so that she wouldn't be worried if she didn't return. At night, Yushu lay flat on the new bed that Zhao Hui asked people to change, and closed her eyes to sleep. She heard a small movement by her ear. She turned her head and saw a furry little thing climbing onto the bed, moving to the side of her pillow, and lying down with its butt in the air. She hadn't seen Kim Bao for many days, and it was rare that Yushu didn't dislike it for being dirty and didn't throw it away. She looked at the little yellow feather for a while, and muttered with some disgust, "Why are you fat again? How many good things did you steal from the kitchen?" Kim Bao opened its small black bean-sized eyes, half-squatted, lazily twisted its direction, and lay down again with its butt facing her. Yushu endured it and didn't reach out to throw it out. Chapter 436. Yushu didn't know that when she was half asleep, Shui Rui, who was in Wangji Tower, was rejoicing because of today's false alarm. In the afternoon, he went to the Supreme Court's prison to interrogate the prisoners as usual. When he passed by the torture room, he saw a male prisoner being whipped. He suddenly remembered Yushu's reminder yesterday that he should stay away from those sharp knives and swords, so he didn't stay for long. Unexpectedly, after he walked a few steps past the torture room, he turned his head and saw a thrilling scene. A sharp iron hook flew out from the door and went straight through the place where he was just standing. The next moment, it hit the shelf that extended from the opposite wall, knocking over the brazier on the shelf. The sparks of boiling oil splashed all over the ground, making a sizzling sound, and the ground was burnt black. At that time, Shui Rui's face was very ugly. It could be imagined that if he hadn't taken a few steps faster just now, the iron hook would have mercilessly scratched him. Even if he was lucky enough to avoid it, the brazier that fell from the wall would have splashed a few holes on his body. The jailer in the torture room hurriedly ran out. When he saw Shui Rui's face, he almost knelt down to beg for forgiveness. It turned out that he was the one who used the torture. The whip was crooked and didn't hit the prisoner. The barbs on the whip rolled up the iron hook hanging on the side and directly threw it out. Shui Rui was frightened but not hurt, so he didn't blame him too much. However, when he returned to Wangji Tower, he felt a burst of fear and doubt, not because of Yushu's accurate foresight, but because before this, he didn't receive any news from the mansion. Not only did the Shui family support several masters of fortune-changing who knew geomancy and physiognomy, there was also a great master of fortune-changing who used to be one of the top 3 ranked masters in the 2 lists of fortune-changing. Every year, the great master of fortune-changing would perform divination for several of the Shui family's relatives. Shui Rui, the eldest son of the Shui family, was one of them. Every once in a while, a secret letter would be sent to the Shui family. If there was any natural or man-made disaster, the Shui family would be warned. So Shui Rui had always had a smooth sailing since he was young. Even if there were calamities and tribulations in his life, he would always be able to safely overcome them. For example, when he was facing an obvious calamity of blood like today, that person in the ancestral mansion didn't make the slightest movement, and it was instead Yushu's inadvertent reminder that hit the nail on the head, causing Shui Rui to have no choice but to ponder deeply. Born into a noble family, Shui Rui was raised by Shui Lingnan when he was a child. His grandfather was a close minister to the emperor, and accompanying the emperor was like accompanying a tiger. Under Shui Lingnan's teachings, he was very cautious, and he would also extend the details of trivial matters. Perhaps it was only an accident today, or perhaps he was being overly suspicious. But no matter what, this gave Shui Rui a reminder. That person in the ancestral mansion was reliable in the past, yet it might not be the case in the future. Child, it's late. Do you want to rest after supper, or take a bath first? Gue Chi's voice came from outside the door. Shui Rui collected his thoughts and said, I'll sleep early today. Yushu sent someone to deliver a message to Wangji Tower, saying that she would not be back tonight. He did not want to stay up late, so it was better to sleep early and talk about other things when he saw her tomorrow. The next day was the 25th, and there would be Fang Zijing's lectures on the 5th, 7th, and 9th. Even if Yushu did not covet the strange art of word prediction that he promised previously, she still had to be there. She wanted to inquire about the news of the day of divine ancestor sacrifice. Today was still the morning class. Yushu entered the gate of LoveLore Library and went directly in the direction of the chess house. The strange art originated from the four arts. Fang Zijing first introduced them to the door, and he had already taught them about the zither, calligraphy, and painting. He only had not finished teaching the word chess. The chess pieces that would be used in today's class, Yushu sent someone to go back to Wangji Tower to fetch them last night. She put them in a heavy bookcase and slung it over her shoulder. Walking in the library with birds chirping and flowers fragrant, she smelled the fresh air and had the ambition to learn. She really had some satisfaction of a scholar reading in the morning. When Yushu entered the chess house, she first looked around. She saw that there were many old yellow wooden low stools in the room. There were about 20 sets of them. Some students in ordinary clothes were sitting on them, playing with the chess pieces that they had brought with them. One or two of them even had chess records in their hands. The chess pieces used by these students were different. Some were ground and washed with rainflower stones, and some were carved with wood. The most valuable one should be a set of lovely green jade stones. The owner should be Fang Zijing's granddaughter, Situ Qinglan. Yushu saw that there was an empty seat on her right. She thought for a moment and walked over to say hello, Miss Situ. Situ Qinglan turned her head and saw that it was her. Her quiet face raised a smile. Miss Yu, good morning. Yushu sat down next to her and glanced at the scroll in her hand. She vaguely recognized the two words, chess spirit, on the cover. Her memory flashed, and she asked directly, are you reading the chess spirit scripture? Situ Qinglan nodded graciously, and then asked, Miss Yu, have you also read this scroll? Yushu shook her head and laughed in her heart. She remembered that when she was found by Ji Xingxuan, she took out several so-called treasures to exchange for the unique skill of the 6 lines. Among them was the chess spirit scripture. At that time, she was ignorant and had limited vision. She thought that it was a wonderful skill. But now she saw that it was a common skill that could be easily obtained by many children of aristocratic families. Fortunately, she was smart and didn't fall for it. Otherwise, she would have been fooled by Ji Xingxuan as a fool. Situ Qinglan saw that Yushu's eyes were twinkling. No one knew what she was thinking. Because of Fang Zijing's advice, she wanted to make friends with this famous female fortune-teller in front of her. So she handed the scroll in her hand to her and said, this chess spirit scripture is divided into 3 volumes. It was collected by my grandfather. I just started learning it half a year ago. If you are interested, you can study it with me. Yushu felt that Situ Qinglan was being nice to her more than once. She thought that it might be Fang Zijing's idea. After thinking for a moment, she took the scroll and casually turned 2 pages. She sighed deliberately and said, "It's good to study it together. I'm afraid that I'll be a slow learner and drag you down. Don't regret it." Situ Qinglan rolled her eyes and covered her mouth with a smile. "Of course not. You don't know that I often study alone. I'm always lonely. I'm happy to have someone to discuss with me." Yushu said straightforwardly, "Why do you study alone? Don't you have any sisters of the same age in your family?" Although the Yishue family did not have a large population, most of the children in the family wanted to learn Yishue. As one of the 12 families in the capital, the Fang family should have many children. Situ Qinglan's smile dimmed. Her white fingers stroked the cuffs of her sleeves and said softly, "My mother passed away when I was 8. My father sent me to the Fang family in the capital. My grandfather felt sorry for me and taught me personally. So, I don't play with the sisters of the Fang family often." It was not difficult for Yushu to hear the bitterness in Situ Qinglan's voice. Only then did she know that Situ Qinglan might not have had an easy time in the Fang family. Thinking about it, it made sense. She was a cousin of an outsider, but she was personally taught by old Master Fang and could even study in the LoveLore Library. How could the children of the Fang family accept this? They must have excluded her. Yushu felt a little guilty because she had poked at Situ Qinglan's sad heart. She wanted to change the topic, so she said brightly, "Then let's make a deal. You lend me your book and I'll be your companion. But I'm the one who takes advantage of you. How about this, after the class today, I'll treat you to a good meal at noon. Don't refuse." Situ Qinglan heard the closeness in Yushu's words. Her melancholy was swept away and she was very happy to agree. After a while, more people came. Yushu heard people talking about Fang Zijing's fortune-telling. Everyone said it was strange and many people said it had come true. Yushu did not interrupt, because her fortune-telling seal had not been given to her. According to Fang Zijing's fortune-telling, the Celestial Commissioner should have already made the seal. After class, Yushu was tidying up the scattered chess pieces on the table when she heard Fang Zijing call her, "You Swansea, come here." It was quiet in the chess house. All the students turned to look at Yushu. They couldn't help but feel angry, thinking that Fang Zijing was going to ask her to do something again. Yushu was afraid that the old man would ask her to send something to someone again. She was reluctant, but she still walked forward without any expression. "Academician. Take it." Fang Zijing handed her a sandalwood box the size of a square inch that he had brought to class today. "Where should I send it?" Yushu took it helplessly. "What do you mean by sending it? This is your private seal." Fang Zijing did not know what she was thinking. He said calmly, "A few days ago, the Celestial Commissioner sent someone to send it to Taisho Shuyuan. Because he couldn't find you, he left it with me." Yushu was surprised and happy when she heard this. She thanked Fang Zijing for keeping it for her and opened the box. When she saw the object inside, her eyes lit up. This was the ivory embryo she had personally chosen. It was less than the length of a finger, about an inch square, and about 5 or 6 centimeters thick. The symmetrical hexagonal surface was polished and glossy, and the whole body was fine milky white. The most wonderful thing was the nose button, which was carefully carved into a lotus with 100 holes. It was delicate and lovely, full of charm. It was smooth and delicate in her hand. There was a line of small characters carved on the seal, which said, "Made by the Celestial Commissioner in so-and-so year." Looking at the bottom of the seal, it was the elegant name, Lotus Room of You, that she had left on a whim in the seal board that day. She liked the 2 words, Lotus Room, that Shui Rui had given her, so she did not choose another one. As for the fact that she had chosen it as a proper operator's seal, she subconsciously did not mention it to Shui Rui. Fang Zijing had obviously seen her seal before. He kindly told her, "This piece of beast jade is indeed a rare and good thing. Carry it with you during the day, and it can drive away nightmares at night. You should keep it well. Don't lose it, and don't misuse it." Ferocious objects like elephant tusks and wolf fangs would gain the beautiful name of beast jade after they were dissolved. It was said that Yushu's seal embryo was taken from the mouth of an elephant king, so it was indeed worthy of being called beast jade. Yushu agreed and happily put it in her arms. She bowed to Fang Zijing and said, "Academician, you deserve your reputation. I admire you." This referred to the matter of Fang Zijing's word prediction last time. Chapter 437. 2 p.m., when it was almost noon, Yushu took Situ Qinglan to the Wangji Tower. She said that she was the host. If there was a place that didn't cost money, why should they go somewhere else? The two of them entered through the front door. Lin Fu was behind the counter counting the taels of silver. As he watched customers enter and leave, he looked down and raised his head. When he saw Yushu, he was startled for a moment before he hurriedly trotted out to greet her. Situ Qinglan had a special position in the Fang family, so she didn't go out often. She had heard from her senior sisters and brothers in the study garden that there was a big restaurant on Yanma Street. The food there was expensive. Not only were there all kinds of delicacies, but the signature dish was fu lu, which was really rare. She didn't expect that Yushu would take her to such a place. She estimated that a meal would cost more than 100 taels of silver, which was equivalent to half a year's salary. She felt embarrassed and followed Yushu. When she was about to persuade her to go somewhere else, she saw the fat shopkeeper trotting over and greeting with a smile, "Miss, you're back." "Yes, is there a vacant room upstairs?" Yushu pointed to the private room on the second floor. She and Situ Qinglan didn't know each other well, so it was not suitable to take her to the private room in the backyard. Yes, Lin Fu would not say no. He glanced at the young lady behind Yushu and didn't ask much. He reached out his hand and led them upstairs. Situ Qinglan was secretly surprised, so she didn't say anything. She followed Yushu into a private room. After sitting down, she asked curiously, "Are you a regular here?" Yushu took the hot towel from Lin Fu. She wiped her hands and said to him, "You only know that I offended old Oracle Han. Why didn't you hear where I offended him? The owner of this restaurant is my sworn brother. My birthday banquet was held here. Old Oracle Han's disciple came to the Wangji Tower to pick a quarrel. The first time she met Fang Zijing, she was reprimanded. After that, Situ Qinglan explained to her about Fang Zijing's painstaking efforts and how she had offended Han Wenguang. Yushu didn't mean anything, but Situ Qinglan was a little embarrassed. She said anxiously, "I just heard it from someone else. Actually, I was too talkative and thought I was smart. I thought everyone else was stupid and made fun of me. You are a magnanimous person, please don't bother with me." Yushu didn't take it seriously. "If I wanted to argue with you, I wouldn't be sitting here eating with you." After that, seeing that Situ Qinglan's complexion had improved, he asked her about her preferences and ordered some dishes. After a while, Little Dai and Little Qin were called upstairs by Lin Fu to serve them. Yushu was talkative and Situ Qinglan was good at replying. The two of them ate together without any awkward silence. No one was dissatisfied with the meal. After all, Yushu was an old fox who was soft on the outside but hard on the inside. With a few words, she roughly guessed Situ Qinglan's situation in the Fang family. Her mother died, her father was not kind, and her grandfather was the only one who was close to her and treated her differently. But it just happened that she, an outsider, was in a difficult situation in the aristocratic family. She was a descendant of an aristocratic family in name and was excellent in both morals and studies. But in fact, she lived in a circle of jealousy. She was a promising 8th-grade master of changing at a young age, but few people in the Fong family would look up to her. She was pitiful. Yushu had always looked down on those who gave up on themselves. But for a girl like Situ Qinglan who struggled to survive in adversity, she admired her a little. She wanted to make friends with her. As they chatted, there were more truths in their conversation. Recently, there are rumors in the library that it was the 4th Miss Ji, who was promoted to a hideout master of changing not long ago, who killed Miss Chow. Situ Qinglan told Yushu what she was curious about when they were drinking tea after the meal. She looked at Yushu's expression and asked carefully, "Someone said that on the night of Prince Jing's banquet in Xianchan Garden, Miss Ji wanted to kill the person who knew about it and was caught red-handed. You were invited to the banquet that night, right? Did you hear about it? Is it convenient for you to tell me?" Although Situ Qinglan was a student of the Taisher Library, she was not a direct descendant of an aristocratic family and had no relationship with Lu Tan. Therefore, she was not invited to the banquet that night. What she heard later was just gossip. It was hard to tell whether it was true or false. Yushu thought about it. There were many people at the banquet that night. There was no need to hide it from her. She said, "To tell you the truth, I caught that Ji. She is in prison now. I don't know if she is dead or alive." Situ Qinglan was stunned. It took her a while to find her voice. "What is going on?" Yushu sneered, "I am friends with the 6th Miss of the Axayan family. She suddenly disappeared that night at the banquet. I was worried and looked for her in the garden. I happened to see Ji Xingxuan pushing her downstairs. It was very dangerous for me and Lord Shui of the Supreme Court to save her." Later, Axayan Luer pointed out that she was the one who eavesdropped on the conversation between the young lady of the Qin family and Ji Xingxuan. She saw with her own eyes that Ji Xingxuan had placed a note forged with Daozi's handwriting into Miss Chow's book. What? Situ Qinglan took a deep breath. She was scared by the truth. Her face turned pale. She said in surprise, "Is that so? I have been friends with Miss Ji for a while. I really can't tell that she is such a malicious person." Yushu thought, she knew Ji Xingxuan was not a good person the first time she saw her. Situ Qinglan saw Yushu's cold face. She was smart enough not to ask anything. After drinking a cup of tea, she left. After sending Situ Qinglan away, Yushu went upstairs in the backyard. She took out the seal she got today and played with it for a while. Then she took a long nap. When she woke up in the afternoon, she felt greasy. She asked someone to boil some hot soup and was ready to take a bath. After taking a bath, Yushu felt refreshed. She didn't want to see those dead cases today. She changed her clothes and asked Xiaoqing to dress up as a servant. Then she went out with them. There was not only a restaurant in Wangji Tavern on Yanma Street. There were many shops and 2 streets. The later it was, the more lively it was. There was a tea house in the middle of the street. Inside, a storyteller was telling a story. Yushu found a good place. She asked for a pot of tea and a plate of melon seeds. Then she sat down and listened to the story. There were 3 interests in storytelling at that time. The first interest was the object in the hand, a fan, a board, or an arrow. The second interest was loud and soft. Sometimes it was loud and frightening. Sometimes it was soft and inaudible. The third interest was supportive. There were 3 to 5 people sitting below them. Even if it was interesting or not, they would shout. Yushu sat down for a while. After the first story was finished, a storyteller wearing a beige shirt and a jujube jacket came. He had a square face and looked like an average person. He held a long folding fan in his hand. When he opened it, it could cover half of his body. When he waved it, the wind whistled. When he came to the table, it caused a series of laughter. "Everyone, please come. Old Go, I'll tell you a new story today. This time, it's not about the heavens and the earth. It's not about those shadowless things. Everyone, please listen carefully. I promise you'll enjoy it to your heart's content." Yushu was captivated by this opening speech. Hearing that the surroundings had quietened down, the square-faced storyteller tapped the large fan in his hand with a paw-paw sound. Straightening his face, he said in a solemn voice, "Speaking of which, in the 12th year of the Baotai era, in the 6th month, the triennial Dian examination was in full swing. From the south, a young man with the surname of Yun, we call him Mr. Yun. This Mr. Yun was a handsome man. He was born with a handsome face. Even Panin of Jin would be embarrassed if he saw him. This Mr. Yun came for the Dian examination. He was confident and appeared in the capital for half a month. With his talent, he attracted the attention of many aristocratic families. They were willing to call him brother. There were also some who were jealous and came to pick a fight with him. All of them were taught a lesson by Mr. Yun. From then on, his reputation grew and people came to visit him. The storyteller opened his fan and continued, "In the 8th month, Mr. Yun stayed in a restaurant on Qinyuan Street. One day, a beautiful guest came." Why do you say it's a beautiful guest? Listen to me. Even though this guest was dressed like a man and had a single head, he had a beautiful figure. He was even more beautiful than a woman. Is he not a beautiful guest? The audience burst into laughter. Someone said, "Then which family's young lady dressed as a scholar?" The storyteller smiled and waved his fan. He did not reply and continued, "This beautiful guest's surname is Wan Er. Let's call him that. This Wan Er is also an interesting person. He is proficient in the 4 arts. There is nothing he is not good at. He is knowledgeable and considerate." When Mr. Yun saw him, he knew who he was. The two of them toured the capital. During the day, they talked about the scenery by the lake. At night, they drank wine under the moon. They were so romantic that others envied them. Just like that, a good period of time passed, and it was time for the Great Yen examination. That Mr. Yun wholeheartedly took the examination, but that Wan Er disappeared in a single night. The storyteller winked at the crowd mysteriously. Someone quickly handed him a bowl of good tea and begged him to continue, afraid that he would stop here. The storyteller did not hesitate. After moistening his tongue, he slowly said, "After the Dian examination, Mr. Yun tried to find Wan Er. He was sad that he couldn't find him. He drank by the lake all day and ignored everyone. Just like that, he passed the 1st month until the Dian examination results were released." He purposely paused. Someone immediately interrupted, "Is this Mr. Yun in high school?" A group of people answered, "Isn't he in high school? He must be in high school." The storyteller waited for the commotion to die down before smiling. He pointed around with the fan in his hand and said, "Not only the high school, but also the people who beat the drums and gongs to deliver the good news." Mr. Yun's reputation grew day by day in the capital. Until one day, a golden decree descended from the heavens, "Pa." He closed the fan in his hand and suddenly raised his voice, imitating the eunuch's voice. "His Majesty has decreed, virtuous heaven illuminate splendor, this year the son of Dian Yi, Yunmu Feng, has peerless talent, able to rule the heavens and earth. His Majesty has bestowed the title of Yunhua to Princess Lu Yu in marriage." As soon as he finished, the tea house became silent. The sound of needles rustling could be heard. Someone's hand trembled and knocked the teacup to the ground. Before anyone could sigh, the storyteller opened his paper fan again and said leisurely, "When this Mr. Yun heard of the imperial edict, he was shocked instead of happy. Why do you think he refused to accept the edict?" Everyone looked at each other. the identity of this Mr. Yun had been revealed. No one dared to speak carelessly. After a moment of silence, someone boldly guessed, could it be that he admires the cross-dressing Miss Wen? The storyteller shook his head and smiled. He emptied one hand and gestured in the air a few times. He mumbled, Wen Er is the character of Lu. Don't you know who this Wen Er is? Hiss. This Wen Er is Princess Lu Yu. The storyteller pointed his fan at the person and said, yes. Someone was surprised. Then why did he refuse to accept the edict? Does he not know? Haha, you're wrong. The storyteller suddenly sneered and slammed the fan in his hand on the table. He said sternly, because this Mr. Yun already has a wife in his hometown. Chapter 438. The story of Yunhua Yi's son and Princess Liyue had been told by the later generations for nearly 20 years. In the past, when the older princess died of illness, Yunhua sacrificed himself for her. His love was so deep that it broke the tears of the later generations. Yushu once sighed because of this sad and beautiful love story, but now she heard the storyteller reveal that Yunhua Yi's son, who was deeply in love, was actually a heartless man who abandoned his wife, and Princess Liyue became the third party who stole his love. Not only Yushu, but everyone in the tea house also couldn't accept it. That's all for today. I'll take my leave first. The storyteller didn't care about everyone's reaction. He shook his wrist and put away the big folding fan. After cupping his hands, he walked out of the tea house with his head lowered, ignoring the voices of those who wanted him to stay. There was something wrong with this person. Yushu narrowed her eyes and stared at the back of the storyteller as he left in a hurry. She took out a piece of silver and threw it on the table, stood up quietly, and followed him. Seeing this, Xiaoqing hurried to catch up with her and whispered, Miss. Yushu didn't look back. She waved at her, indicating that she shouldn't talk too much. She pulled her, and the two of them walked through the crowded street, following the storyteller at a moderate distance. There were fewer and fewer people around. From the busy street to a remote alley, Yushu was more and more sure that there was something wrong with the storyteller. Just as she was guessing, there was a turn in front of them, and the storyteller disappeared in a flash. Yushu quickened her steps and ran forward. She looked around, but there was no trace of him. Tisk, Yushu frowned and hesitated for a moment. She gave up the aimless search and took Xiaoqing back the way they came. Not long after they left, the back door of a house at the end of the alley was gently pushed open, and a figure walked out. He turned his head and looked around. He held a folding fan in his hand, turned around, and walked in the opposite direction of them. When Yushu returned to Wangji Tower, it was almost dark. She saw that the door of Shui Rui's room was half open. Knowing that he was there, she sent Xiaoqing away and knocked on the door. Big brother. Come in. Shui Rui had yet to change out of his official robe and was wiping his sweat with his hands. Hearing Yushu's voice, he wrung his handkerchief and wiped the water droplets on his neck before walking out of the bedroom. It's almost time for dinner. Where did you go? There's a storyteller in a tea house on the street. I listened to him. Yushu walked to the tea table and picked up the teapot. She touched the temperature of the water with the back of her hand and poured a cup of tea for him. Shui Rui noticed her strange expression. He lowered his head and drank 2 mouthfuls of tea. With a clear voice, he said, What kind of joke is that? Is it interesting? Ha! Yushu laughed dryly and said with a conflicted expression, Do you still remember when we were in Yang City, you told me the story of Yunhua Yi and Liyue Crown Princess? Shui Rui recalled and nodded his head. It seemed that there was such a thing. At that time, he had a paper and ink shop. She was young and inexperienced. This afternoon in the tea house, the storyteller told. Yu Shu told him another version of the love story of Ez and Princess that she heard not long ago. After listening to it, Shui Rui was much calmer than Yu Shu. He smiled and said, I think he was just trying to please the public, so he deliberately twisted it. It's not worth mentioning. However, Yu Shu didn't think much of it. She said suspiciously, I saw that the storyteller was acting suspiciously, so I followed him for a while. That person chose small paths and disappeared without a trace. Don't you think there's something fishy about this? Shui Rui put on a straight face and asked, where did your curiosity come from? You dared to chase a stranger. Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble? Looking at his unfriendly expression, Yu Shu was speechless. She touched her neck and didn't know how to answer. Shui Rui was well aware in his heart when he saw her slow-witted appearance, and a strand of evil flames instantly arose within him, causing him to be unable to suppress some words, causing them to change when they reached his mouth. It's already come to this, yet you're still wholeheartedly thinking about him. As soon as you hear something related to him, you disregard everything and want to bang your head against something. Now he doesn't even care about you when he meets you. Your past relationship has been eaten by dogs. You are the only one who is hot-headed. Can't you be more promising? Yu Shu was ridiculed by Shui Rui without rhyme or reason. When she finally understood what he meant, her brows immediately trembled, and her pale face flushed red from anger. Was she just a shameless and useless person in his eyes? Shui Rui thought that he exposed her thoughts and made her angry. Thinking of this, he became even angrier. On one hand, he felt wronged for her, but on the other hand, he felt wronged for himself. He thought that the two of them got along well with each other these days and that he should be important in her heart. Who knew that she was still thinking about that fake Taoist? Master Shui, who had always been good-tempered and calm, was finally provoked by the knowledge in front of him. It was rare for him to be angry with Yu Shu. I am curious, but Yu Shu held back her anger and wanted to explain. When she opened her mouth, she was interrupted by Shui Rui. You are not curious, you are stupid. The veins on Yu Shu's forehead twitched. She said again, I am not stupid, I just want. She was interrupted again, you are still thinking about him. You are stupid. Smack. A string called rationality in Yu Shu's mind snapped. She slammed her hand on the tea table, causing the teapot, teacups, and tea cushion to shake. She trembled and hugged herself. She said angrily, you are the stupid one. Shui Rui was stunned, and then he lowered his eyes and frowned as he spoke in self-ridicule in a low voice. You're right. If you're stupid, then wouldn't I be even more stupid than you? I just have to admire a heartless little girl like you. Yu Shu blinked and looked at his bright and spirited peach blossom eyes shrouded in a layer of darkness. He looked extremely depressed. She suddenly felt uncomfortable in her heart. It was as if she had eaten a mouthful of paste, and her throat was blocked. I have never seen someone wrongly accuse someone like you, she said gloomily. There is clearly something wrong with that storyteller. In the case of Taisha Shu Garden, someone deliberately framed Jing Qin. Now, someone deliberately slandered Yunhua Ez and accused him of being father and son. Think with your brain, is there anything fishy about this? Maybe it was ordered by the same group of people. I will tell you honestly, I did not chase after that storyteller for Jing Qin. I did not think so much at that time. I just thought. Shui Rui slowly raised his eyelids and looked at her with his dark eyes. What were you thinking about? Yu Shu gritted her teeth and turned her head to look at the door. Although it was a little difficult for her to say it, she still said in one breath, I saw that you have been having a headache because of this case recently. I wanted to help you solve the case as soon as possible so that you can report to His Majesty. Otherwise, when the 1-month deadline is up, you will be in trouble. What should I do then? Her words were not difficult to understand. There was no beating around the bush. To put it bluntly, she was thinking of him wholeheartedly and could not care about anything else. This was clearly a kind of confession in disguise. She was telling Shui Rui that she was not so heartless. In other words, he was in her heart. Shui Rui's eyes lit up when she spoke halfway, and when she finished speaking, not a trace of disappointment could be found on his face any longer. His gaze that was like a blazing torch was tightly stuck onto Yushu's body, and he could clearly see that her slender neck was dyed with a layer of red, and the side of her face reflected a faint shadow under the light of the lamp. When had he ever seen such a moving scene? His heartbeat was a little chaotic, but he still controlled it. He held the armrest of the chair and tried not to make his voice sound too happy. Is it true? Who knew that when he controlled his voice too much, it was a little cold and hard? It was too late for him to change his words. Yushu only heard these two words as doubt. When she turned her head and saw his cold face, she couldn't help but become angry out of shame. She suddenly turned hostile. If you don't believe me, then forget it. Damn it, you don't believe me even if I tell you the truth. Shui Rui saw that she changed her face and stood up to leave. He felt terrible in his heart. He did not dare to trick her again. He stretched out his arm and pulled her back. He knew that if he did not make things clear now, what he did before would be in vain. This time, if extreme joy turned to sorrow, he would die unjustly. Ah Shu, Shui Rui grabbed Yushu's arm. No matter if she was willing or not, he used his strength to pull her in front of him. He held her wrist with one hand and fixed her in front of him. He sat on the chair and slightly raised his head. His eyes looked at her flushed face and he could not suppress the joy in his heart. He comforted her with a warm voice. Why don't I believe you? You have me in your heart. I can't wait to be happy, so I will definitely believe you. His voice was warm and mellow. Every word he said was full of affection and desire to win against honey. The ball of air around Yushu's head exploded with a "pu." She stiffened her neck and turned her head around, lowering her head to fix her gaze on Shui Rui's handsome face that was brimming with sincerity. She could clearly see that he was happy. Didn't you see that pair of peach blossom eyes were so bright that they could light up a lamp? Her chest trembled as if a goose feather was tickling her heart. She suddenly wanted to laugh. The man in front of her was smarter than her, calmer than her, and even more cunning than her. But because of a few words from her, he was so happy that he was willing to put down his pride and carefully coax her. What else was there for her to be unhappy about? Perhaps it was just a little bit more. Even without that little bit, she would still be tempted. With that little bit, how strong could she be? In her heart, she knew that she really liked the man in front of her. If she didn't like him, why would she be troubled? Thinking like this, once it became clear, Yushu's mood that was not up and down for the past 2 days stabilized. When she met Shui Rui's undisguised gaze, she could feel the real joy. Previously, she turned a blind eye to him and pretended to ignore him. It was especially ridiculous. She treated him far worse than others, but he treated her better than anyone else. Faintly, she felt that it was not worth it for him. However, if it wasn't for his passion, how could she warm her heart of stone? Chapter 439. You're smart. Shui Rui was indeed smart. When the two of them held hands, he heard Yushu's muttering, one sentence, one action. He knew what she was thinking. She accepted his feelings and no longer tried to dodge or reject him. The heavens dropped a big meat pie and he was overjoyed. Only the heavens knew that after waiting for so many days, he finally received a response from her. Now that the clouds have dispersed and the moon has appeared, he felt that it was a bit surreal. Yushu was stared at by him and felt that her face was not thick enough. She turned her head and gave a dry cough before letting go of her hand. She struggled for a bit but did not move at all. She could only say, let go of me first and I won't be angry. It's already so late, let's eat first. Normally, how could Shui Rui openly hold her little hand? He held her two soft wrists, and not only did he not want to let go, he also wanted to pull her into his embrace. But he only thought about it and did not dare to be rash. He was afraid that if he was not careful, he would make her think that he was a rash person and make her regret it. Thinking like this, he still did not let go of her. But he moved his eyes away from her face and looked at her hands. Her wrists were held by him with her palms facing inward, gently cupping them. She was tall and her 10 fingers were long and slender. They were not white and tender, and there were even a few calluses on them. But her joints were clear and looked clean and strong. Her fingernails were round and had a light pink color that attracted people's eyes. Looking at them made his heart dry up. Unknowingly, his palms slid down from her wrists and grabbed those beautiful fingers. He gently pinched them, not daring to use any strength. It only took a few blinks of an eye for Yu Shu to come back to her senses. When had anyone ever pinched her little hand like this before? She instantly felt a little embarrassed, and her face that had just cooled down heated up again. When she lowered her head, she saw Shui Rui staring at her hand with an infatuated expression. She felt extremely uncomfortable all over, so she exerted all her strength and pulled her hand out when he was unprepared. Then, she took 2 steps back to stand at a safe distance. Shui Rui's momentary slip returned to his senses, yet he wasn't in a hurry. He raised his head unhurriedly to look at her, and his eyes were bright as he said, "You've promised me tonight, so you can't go back on your word tomorrow." Yu Shu wanted to roll her eyes and say that she had promised him something, but when she saw his serious expression, she didn't have the nerve to act shamelessly. She crossed her hands behind her back and thought for a moment. Thinking that she had to make things clear to him as soon as possible, her expression gradually became serious. She said to him, "Although I'm a woman who learns to be lazy, I can't tolerate even a grain of sand in my eyes. If I were to be with you, I wouldn't be half-hearted. Putting myself in your shoes, I don't want you to have any playful thoughts. In this world, men are superior to women and I have a strong personality. I have to go against that." At this point, the corners of her lips curled into a mocking smile. She continued, "If you can't tolerate me, then pretend I didn't say anything tonight. Don't provoke me in the future. Otherwise, you know what kind of temper I have." As she finished speaking, she actually started threatening him in an overbearing manner. If it was an ordinary husband, he would probably be enraged, but in Shui Rui's eyes, he only felt that she was full of temperament, sour, spicy, and cute. So his figure flashed as he left the chair and stood up, and then he took a step forward before lowering his head to look at Yu Shu, who had a ferocious gaze. His eyes narrowed as he smiled, and then he bent his finger to scrape the tip of her nose as he said in a low voice, "Could it be that you don't know that I like you exactly like this?" Being teased by his words, Yu Shu was embarrassed for a moment. At the same time, she knew his answer. She relaxed and did not give him a cold look. Her expression softened and she said softly, "How would I know what you like about me?" Saying that, she did not wait for him to reply and walked to the side and sat down. "After running for the whole afternoon, I'm hungry. Quickly call the servants to serve food." When Shui Rui heard this, he remembered that she chased after the storyteller in order to help him investigate the case. How could he not feel heartache? He immediately clapped his hands and called the servants in the courtyard to prepare the meal. Since that was the case, he could not help but remind her, "If you encounter something like this again, don't be rash. It's more important to come back and tell me." One could not blame Shui Rui for being cautious. He had watched Yu Shu walk all the way to where she was today. If one were to say that she was unlucky, no one would dare to say that they were second. Those bewitching things were rare for others in their lifetime. But she was lucky. She caught all of them. Yu Shu replied with an "N." But in her heart, she said that it depended on the situation. Waiting for a hare to come to her was not her style. If she was afraid, she would have died many times. That storyteller, Big Brother, why don't you investigate him? Both of them communicated. When Shui Rui heard that she was still used to calling him Big Brother, he raised the corner of his mouth and did not correct her. There was a younger sister in the family, but she usually called him Big Brother. Others did not care about it. Yushu was the only one who called him Big Brother. Okay, I'll send someone later. After dinner, Shui Rui proposed to go to the courtyard for a drink. Yushu had a lot of ideas, so she declined politely. What a joke. Before she agreed, this person took the opportunity to kiss her 2 or 3 times. Now that the window paper was broken, and with a little wine, he might do something to her. Yushu had misunderstood Shui Rui. Even if he did, he would not act rashly when the two of them had just gotten together. As the saying goes, an impatient man cannot eat hot tofu. Moreover, Yushu, who was a piece of tofu, had not even entered his bowl yet. That night, both of them were lying on the bed. Sometimes they were laughing, sometimes they were thinking. They tossed and turned, unable to sleep early. The next morning, after an unusually harmonious breakfast, Shui Rui went out of the door feeling refreshed. Yushu yawned and went back to her room. She slept for a while before she woke up. She called, and a maid came in with tea. When Yushu was dressing, she lifted her clothes and looked at the bruise on her abdomen. There was a first-class medicine, and it had faded to a light yellow-green color. It would be fine after 2 or 3 days of applying medicine oil. Yushu sat in front of the dressing mirror and looked at the diary she had written yesterday. Xiaoqing scattered her messy hair and carefully combed it. At this time, Xiaodai came in from outside and handed a letter to her. Miss, it's from Xia Zhang's guest house. Because Yushu was a fortune teller, Xia Zhang's Helang acquiesced to Xia Jiangmin's contact with her. They no longer wrote secretly, and there was a letter almost every 3 to 5 days. On the second day of the banquet in Xianchan Garden, Yushu wrote a letter about Ji Xingxuan's imprisonment and asked someone to send it to Xia Jiangmin. She told her some inside information, but it was not detailed. She mainly wanted her to know that Ji Xingxuan could not escape this time. Yushu looked at the reply in her hand. She opened it and glanced at it. There was only a row of words on it. Good and evil will be rewarded. Crime deserves punishment. What a pity. Yushu thought about the meaning of this sentence and found some unwillingness in it. Thinking about it, she understood. When Xia Jiangying was murdered that day, even she felt that it was related to Ji Xingxuan, not to mention Xia Jiangmin, who dreamed of her elder sister's death. A few months ago, Xia Jiangmin approached Ji Xingxuan to sound her out. Unexpectedly, she was caught by Yushu and turned it over. Then the Ji family collapsed, and Xia Jiangmin was grounded by Xia Zhang's Helang. Since then, she had no contact with Ji Xingxuan. Xia Jiangmin was happy to see Ji Xingxuan suffer. What she regretted was that she could not personally avenge her fourth sister. After combing her hair, Yushu went to the study and wrote a letter to Xia Jiangmin. However, she did not mention a word about Ji Xingxuan. After writing the letter, Yushu gave a string of money to Xiaodai and asked her to hire a sedan chair to send the letter to Xia Jiang guest house. Unexpectedly, she came back after a while. Miss, Assistant Minister Qiu is here. The last time Qiu Jiming asked to repair her house, Yushu did not agree immediately. Later, she discussed it with Shui Rui and felt that it was feasible, so she waited for him to come again. Hearing this, she was happy and waved her hand to let Xiaoqing go. Yushu washed the ink on her hands and went downstairs to meet the guest. After some discussion, Yushu and Qiu Jiming agreed to let him renovate the house on Baochong Street. Chiu Jiming would send someone to supervise the work when the craftsmen moved the ground. Whether the feng shui layout of the house should be changed would be decided by Yu Shu. As for the cost of the materials, under Yu Shu's insistence, Chiu Jiming asked her for 1,000 taels of silver. In fact, this amount of money was not even enough to buy a whole set of furniture. After sending Chiu Jiming off, Yu Shu went back to her bedroom and took out the money box hidden under the cabinet. She sat at the table and counted the money. She had spent half of the 2,000 taels of silver that she extorted from the Ji family. There were also some scattered banknotes. Not counting the pieces of silver, there were only about 100 taels of silver. Lu Tan rewarded her with a plate of silver ingots during the double sons meeting. She estimated that there were about 1,000 taels of silver. Zhao Hui had told her that it was best not to use the box of gold that the emperor had bestowed upon her. She should keep it to make jewelry. After calculating it and deducting the money needed to repair the residence, she only had a little more than 1,000 taels of gold left. After paying high tuition fees for Yu Xiaoxiu and Bai Ran, providing for Aunt Chui to eat and drink and supporting a few idlers, she actually did not have much money left. Yu Shu's forehead was sweating. Previously, she was only concerned about the double sons meeting. Now, she only remembered to encircle Ji Xingxuan. She had food and drinks in Wangji Tower. She did not think about earning money at all. If this continued, she would soon be unable to make ends meet and be stretched to make ends meet. A few hundred taels of silver was enough for an ordinary person to use for 8 to 10 years. But for a Master Yi, especially a Master Yi from LoveLore Library, it was not enough. A white tortoise board was at least 50 taels of silver. It would be destroyed after one burn. A box of ambergris cost 100 taels of silver. It would be gone after a few days of smelling it. Not to mention those rare books and secret texts and feng shui treasures. With her little money, she could not even afford the lowest quality item in the Axayan family's great exchange shop's treasure pavilion. Yu Shu felt a little sad. She did not use these expensive items. It was not that she could not use them. She was just stingy and would save as much as she could. In the past, she did not think it was a big deal. But after staying in LoveLore Library for a few days, she realized that it was a big deal. The children of the aristocratic families all had backing. She was a girl who had only become a monk halfway through her life. AI. She looked down at the thin banknotes in her hand. Her brain began to spin, thinking about where she could start to earn money. Chapter 440. Yu Shu was worried about the money and hid in her room to calculate the accounts. When it was almost noon, Xe and Lu unexpectedly came to the front door with 2 maidservants dressed as men. Lin Fu recognized this young lady from an aristocratic family and directly invited her to the backyard. "Why don't you stay at home? What are you doing here?" Yu Shu went downstairs to see Xe and Lu. When she entered the door, she glanced at her. This little girl's face was rosy. It was clear that she had benefited from the recent nourishment. She looked much better than before. Xe and Lu heard that Yu Shu didn't like her, so she pouted and said, "I survived a disaster and will have good fortune in the future. Of course, I have to come here to thank my savior. Otherwise, I would be an ungrateful person." After saying this, she stood up from the chair, tidied up her sleeves, and then carefully bowed to Yu Shu. Yu Shu didn't stop her. After seeing her pretentiousness, she turned around and took a half-foot-long wooden box from the arms of a maid. She smiled and handed it to her. She was quite envious and said, "Take it. This is my Axian family's thank you gift." Yu Shu took it and opened the box. There was a thick book inside. The cover was covered with a layer of waterproof gray oil paper. It was wrinkled and didn't even have a title. She raised her eyebrows and said unhappily, "I saved your little life, and you're giving me this stupid book." You don't know what it is. Xian Lu glared at her with all her might. She turned her head and winked at the maid. The two of them closed the door and went out to stand guard. Xian Lu raised her eyebrows and said unhappily, "What kind of lousy book are you talking about?" "This is my Xian family's book of strange things and rare things. Even 1,000 pieces of gold can't buy a page of it." "Oh." Hearing this, Yushu's interest was piqued. She took out the book, put the box aside, and flipped through the oiled paper. There were no words on the first page, only a palm-sized drawing of the 8 trigrams of King Wen. It was colored with stone yellow, silver vermilion, and gold clay, and its surface seemed to be overflowing with light. Around the 8 trigrams, there were many strange symbols. After that, there was a picture with 1 or 2 pages of explanation. The pictures were mostly of objects and clothes. As for the explanation, it was actually a detailed feng shui technique. Yushu's pupils constricted while her heartbeat rose and fell. She flipped through a few more pages and found a familiar drawing. It was precisely the Chongwen white jade brush that she'd seen when she went to the Xian clan's treasure pavilion with Shui Rui not long ago. She couldn't help but read the explanation on the side. This Chongwen pen was used to suppress evil. It was not difficult to raise. Before the pen was made, the jade body of the pen was stored in a feng shui pond. Every night, the pen would shine under the moonlight, and at noon, it would be taken out after 15 days and matched with the hair. The book recorded that there was once a scholar who was disturbed by distracting thoughts and couldn't concentrate. He hung a superior Chongwen pen on the table and could be refreshed for 3 days. The cost was less than 100 taels, but it was worth 100 taels of gold. It was really amazing. Yushu almost immediately understood how precious this book was. What Xian Lu said before, "It's hard to buy a page of it," was not a lie. One must know that although there were many E-masters in the De and dynasty, there were only a few who were good at E-masters. Otherwise, the price of feng shui items wouldn't be so high. Even a red thread soaked in cinnabar in an ordinary E-shop was more expensive than fish. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. Although this saying was true, she never thought that the Xian family would be willing to give her such a thing. She swallowed and swallowed. She closed the book and looked up to see the proud expression on Xian Lu's face. She slowly calmed down and put the book back into the box. She sighed and stuffed it back into Xian Lu's arms. "I can't accept this thing." "You take it back." Xian Lu was stunned. "You don't want it?" Yushu nodded and smiled bitterly. "Even though it's not a mystical technique, it's even rarer than that. It's a crime to possess such a precious treasure. I'm afraid that if I lose it in my hands, it will ruin the Xian family's business." Xian Lu heard her words and knew what she was worried about. He smiled and said, "I will tell you the truth. This book was given to you by my ancestor. Even I am surprised. You have no idea how many people covet our Xian clan's encyclopedia of curious objects. But my grandfather only made the decision to trade it with the Fong family. That old man Fong treasures it like it's his own eyes." Yushu spread her hands and said, "Then I can't accept it. I don't have anything valuable on me. How can I exchange it with you?" If she really wanted to compare, her time of calamity rule and the 6 lines technique were both more valuable than the rare objects. But she would never exchange it. "Who wants to exchange it with you? Everyone says that this is given to you by the ancestor." Xian Lu puffed his cheeks and pushed the box back to Yushu. He whispered, "Don't worry. This is just a copy. The things on it are not complete. I only copied 1/3 of it for you. The truly priceless feng shui treasures are all in the hands of the old ancestor. That is the foundation of our Xian family. Even if you beat us to death, we will not pass it on to outsiders. Just keep it, or you will look down on me." Our old ancestor loves me the most. Is my life not worth a broken book? After listening to Axian Lu's words, Yu Shu calmed down. She knew that this copy could be accepted. It would not affect the overall situation. So she smiled and hugged the book box tightly. She raised her hand and pinched Axian Lu's round face. She said, "Good Lu, I didn't treat you in vain." Axian Lu snorted and hid her hand away. "Whose sister are you? Don't randomly recognize me." As she said this, she blushed a little. She lowered her head and said, "That night, I was on the brink of death. I thought that I wouldn't be able to live. It was you who pulled me back. You didn't let go of me. I can't thank you enough. I only have one thing to say. Don't laugh at me. I see you as my sister." Yu Shu was influenced by her words. Axian Lu was a lover with personality. So was she. That day, she saved his life. With this layer of friendship, she could no longer treat him as a casual friend. She should be closer to him. At noon, Shui Rui did not return. Yu Shu asked Axian Lu to stay for a meal. The two drank a pot of wine. Axian Lu opened her heart and told Yu Shu many things. She even told Yu Shu her dissatisfaction with Qin Yuero. After the night at Xianchan Garden, even though Qin Yuero finally pointed out Ji Xingxuan, Axian Lu blamed her for helping Ji Xingxuan hide the truth. With this estrangement, the two of them were not as close as before. Although Yu Shu did not like Qin Yuero, she did not want to sow discord between the two sisters. She tried to talk some sense into it. Seeing that it was useless, she did not say anything more. After the meal, she helped the drunk Axian Lu to the bed in the bedroom. She had the servant girl she brought serve her afternoon nap. After settling Axian Lu down, Yu Shu impatiently went upstairs. She prepared a pot of tea to sober up and closed the door. She entered the study and took out the list of wondrous and rare objects given to her by the Axian family to read. Once she read it, she could not pull it out. For the entire afternoon, she did not take a single step out of the study. Even when Axian Lu sobered up and left, she ordered Lin Fu to send her off. In the evening, when Shui Rui came back and knocked on the door, she reluctantly closed the book and went to open the door for him. Shui Rui originally wanted to come back earlier today, but who knew that he would be caught up in so many matters. He hurriedly took care of them and returned to Forgotten Opportunity Tower. After changing his clothes, he happily came up to look for someone. When he opened the door and saw Yu Shu, he revealed a smile. "You're back." Compared to Shui Rui, Yu Shu was obviously not in a good mood. At this moment, she was only thinking about the instruments on the list. The man in front of her had a good face, but it was not enough to eat and drink. Seeing her like this, Shui Rui quickly guessed that he had disturbed her, so he glanced at the brightly lit study room and said, "You don't have to be in a hurry to sort out those cases. I can return them whenever I want. Don't work too hard and damage your spirit." When Yu Shu heard this, she smiled slightly and did not point out his misunderstanding. She poured tea for him and said, "Chiu Darren came over during the day. I discussed with him about the repair of the residence. We will choose a good day to start the construction next month." Shui Rui took the teacup from her hand and looked at her fingers. He said, "Did he talk about the money?" Yu Shu nodded. He didn't say anything. "I thought about it and gave him 1,000 taels of silver. Do you think it's too little?" Shui Rui drank the herbal tea in her room and felt that it was more refreshing than usual. He casually said, "Tell Lin Fu to take out 5,000 taels from Forgotten Opportunity Tower's account and give Chiu Jiming 3,000 taels to prevent people under him from cutting corners. I will write a note later. The next time you see him, tell him to take this note to Southern Forest Lumber Company and take a batch of mahogany to make furniture. This is to prevent him from using birch and oak wood in the Ministry of Works to perfunctory you. Yu Shu glanced at him. His generosity made her feel good but also uncomfortable. She shook her head and said, "There is no need to spend so much money. I will give him 1,000 taels of silver. It will be better than the house we are living in now. A woman must know how to be independent. It hasn't even been a day and she is already using his money. What will happen if this continues for a long time?" Shui Rui smiled. He clearly saw through her thoughts and said, "Are you reluctant to use money or are you reluctant to use my money?" Yu Shu rolled her eyes at him. "I am used to being poor. Even if money comes from the wind, I will not be willing to use it. Unlike you who have a young master's life. Born with a golden bowl and golden spoon, you don't know the cost of daily necessities." Hee, your mouth. I am just helping you. If you don't use it, then don't use it. There is no need to pester me. Shui Rui faced Yu Shu with a good temper. No matter if she ridiculed him, he would accept it all. The more he behaved like this, the more Yu Shu would restrain herself. Seeing that his cup was empty, she would refill it. She didn't want to worry about money anymore. Chapter 441. It was drizzling in the early morning. Yu Shu held a pea-green paper umbrella and walked up the stairs with the hem of her clothes. She closed the umbrella under the eaves, shook off the water droplets, and looked up at the beam of the door. There were 3 words, Shushui Hall, on the small plaque. There was a line of spring calligraphy on both sides of the door. The first couplet was, Shushui makes the haze more cloudy, and the second couplet was, spring makes the water darker. This cottage was Fang Zijing's private place in the LoveLore Library. It was next to a shallow pond, and its back was against the mountain wall, which was quite suitable for the scenery. Situ Qinglan was cleaning the room. When she saw Yu Shu, her eyes brightened, and she walked towards her with a dusty horsetail whisk. Lotus Room. The day before yesterday, after a meal in Wangji Building, Yu Shu and she changed the way they addressed each other. They no longer called each other Miss or Miss. Yu Shu saw her cleaning the window just now, so she smiled and said, "You are early again. You are really a diligent person." "Not at all. I am used to going to bed early, so I wake up early," Situ Qinglan said modestly. She turned her head to look at the 3 or 5 students sitting in the cottage, and then waved to Yu Shu to talk in the corridor outside the door. "I have a piece of good news for you." "How are you going to thank me?" Situ Qinglan winked at Yu Shu, looking a little playful. Yu Shu thought she was joking, so she said lightly, "Tell me. It really makes me happy. I will clean the window for you." "Oh, this is what you said." Situ Qinglan was about the same height as Yu Shu. She leaned close to her ear and whispered, "On the Divine Ancestor Sacrifice Day next month, Grandfather and 2 other academicians have chosen you to accompany the Emperor." Yu Shu was surprised at first, and then she looked at her suspiciously. "Are you serious? You are not coaxing me to work for you, are you?" A few days ago, Shui Rui told her that the Imperial Historian Library would choose a few young students to accompany the Emperor on the day of Divine Ancestor sacrificial rites and asked her to inquire about Fang Zijing's intentions. She hadn't been able to find an opportunity, but who knew that such a good thing had already fallen into her lap? "You are a puppy. Here, wipe it clean." Without saying a word, Situ Qinglan gave her the horsetail whisk in her hand, took her umbrella, and turned around to enter the cottage. Seeing that she slipped away quickly, Yu Shu had no choice but to clean the remaining 2 windows. Fang Zijing only played 2 pieces of music for them to appreciate. One was melodious and the other was loud. It was said to cultivate one's mind. Although there was nothing special about it, it was full of rhythm. Even Yu Shu, who didn't know how to play the zither, listened with great interest and didn't even yawn. Yushu was concerned about the place to accompany the sacred ancestor on the day of sacrifice, so she had been paying attention to Fang Zijing's movements the moment class ended. Just as she was pondering how she should ask him after everyone had left, she saw Fang Zijing raise his head and look at her. Yushu stood up as soon as she saw the light. "You Swansea, come here." Yushu was almost sure that what Situ Qinglan told her in the morning was true. She walked to Fang Zijing obediently and waited for him to speak. Fang Zijing sat on the low couch, his hand stroking his moon on the plum-tip zither. He looked up and stared at Yushu for a while. His gaze was vague, but he was trying to discern something. It made Yushu feel as if she was old and couldn't see clearly. As soon as the cottage quieted down, he said slowly, "On the 9th day of May, every year on the day of sacrifice, the Taisha Library will choose 3 men and 3 women to accompany the sacred ancestor to the ancestral mausoleum. There are 18 academicians in the Taisha Library, and 3 of them can choose one. I have discussed with Academician Sima and Academician Liu, and we think that among the new students this year, you are the most promising one." Fang Zijing and Sima Kuei were both her teachers. Academician Liu was the retired Mrs. Liu of the Right Commander of the Celestial Commissioner. While thinking, Yushu showed a little joy and said, "Thank you for your kindness." Fang Zijing seemed to be satisfied with her modest attitude. He nodded slightly and said, "I'll let you know about this matter. Come to Rongxing Hall at 2:45 tomorrow morning and meet the other academicians. I'll have something to tell you then." After that, he stood up slowly and asked Situ Qinglan, who was standing at the door, to come and hold the zither. Then he rolled up his sleeves and left. "Did you suffer from helping me?" Situ Qinglan came up to her and asked. Yushu raised her long and slanted eyebrows and said with a smile, "If you tell me such good news every day, I can even be your maid." Situ Qinglan giggled and said, "Do you think I'm a magpie?" Yushu waited for her to pack up her zither, and the two of them walked out together. Yushu was a little confused, so she asked her on the way, "It's only half a month before the day of the Divine Ancestor sacrificial rites. Isn't it too late to start selecting people at this juncture?" Situ Qinglan said, "Why is it too late? The new students have just entered the school in April. The academicians have to get to know each other for a few days. We can't make random arrangements. If we choose a useless person, it will be a disgrace to our Taisha Shu garden." "That's right." Situ Qinglan turned her head and looked at her enviously. "This is a rare opportunity. Not only can you see the Emperor, but also the Celestial Commissioner and other officials are also there. You should at least show your face." Alas, it's not easy for a woman to become an official. But you, a woman who hasn't appeared for 10 years, are much better than us. Hearing a little bit of unwillingness in her words, Yushu's eyes flashed and she said lightly, "That's because you don't know how I behaved with my head down a month ago." Situ Qinglan was speechless. Looking at her face, she thought of some rumors about Yushu. Her heart was beating fast, and she quickly changed the topic. They talked for a while and separated in front of the small garden. One went to deliver the zither, and the other went to the library. Yushu went to the library of Han in the West Garden, which specialized in collecting the history books of the 100 schools. She wanted to look for documents about the sacrifice day in advance. There were only a few people walking under the bookshelves on the first floor. It was deserted. Yushu looked around and sighed inwardly. It was a pity that these 4 libraries contained tens of thousands of books, but the Taisha Library only had 200 students at most. The books inside could not be taken out, and outsiders could not come in. Half an hour later, Yushu weakly bent down and put the 2 books back. She patted the dust off her hands and complained for the umpteenth time about the messy sorting. She was obviously looking for books, but why did it feel like she was drawing a lottery and had to try her luck? She walked out of the aisle and looked around. Finally, Her eyes fell on a figure squatting under a row of bookshelves not far away. She hesitated for a while and then walked over. She had seen this hunchback man 2 or 3 times. She guessed that he might be a scholar who was down and out. He must know where the books were kept because he traveled between several libraries all day long. "Uncle!" Yu Shu shouted. The old man in front of her had gray hair and loose skin. He was dark and thin, and looked to be in his 50s. Yu Shu shouted. Seeing that the hunchback didn't respond, she thought that he might be deaf, so she moved closer and reached out to touch his shoulder. She called him again in a loud voice, "Uncle." The hunchback man turned his face and looked at her with a pair of narrow eyes. Yu Shu smiled at him. "Do you know that there are books about the great ancestor here?" The hunchback man tilted his neck and opened his mouth to reveal a mouthful of yellow teeth. He almost shouted, "Ah! What did you say?" Sure enough, he was deaf. Yu Shu lowered her body and repeated it loudly word by word. Then she looked at the yellow teeth in front of her in confusion. Say what?" "I'll say it." Yu Shu took a deep breath and said it again with the pitch of her quarreling voice. "In the end, what?" "Say what?" Well, she took back what she said. The old man wasn't deaf, he was deaf. Yu Shu and the hunchback man looked at each other for a moment and decisively gave up the idea of asking him for help. She twitched the corner of her mouth and said, "It's okay." Then, she ignored the old man's reaction and went back the way she came. She had just taken 2 steps when she heard a low voice behind her. "Why are you shouting?" Yu Shu felt a vein jump on her forehead. She turned her head stiffly and said to the old man who was muttering, "Uncle, are you making fun of me?" The old man looked up and stared at her. He opened his mouth and said in a loud voice, "What the hell are you talking about?" "Forget it, I'd better go home." In the end, Yu Shu didn't find an article about Emperor Anwu, so she went back to Wangji Tower resentfully. It was noon. When she saw Shui Rui sitting on the first floor drinking tea in broad daylight, she thought her eyes were playing tricks on her. "You came back so early today." Since the murder case in Taisher Shuyuan reached the palace, he left early and returned late every day. "I came back to check if you ran around." It was a joke, so Yu Shu didn't take it seriously. She sneered and sat next to him. She casually took a red nectarine from the fruit plate and put it to her mouth to nibble a piece. Shui Rui listened to the crisp sounds of her chewing on the peach and the sound of water splashing. His gaze swept past her lips and he cleared his throat. "If we're free in the afternoon, how about I bring you out to the lake?" Yu Shu's mouth stopped and said, "This case is gone. Where do you get the time?" She bluntly stated the truth, but Shui Rui didn't feel embarrassed at all. His expression was normal as he said, "Ji Xingxuan is not willing to confess. The Supreme Court's punishment is limited. If it goes too far, it will become a private punishment. If it goes against the law, it will be impeached by the censor. I have sent someone to inquire about the storyteller, but he hasn't replied yet. During this time, I will have time to relax." Yu Shu nodded. She knew that Shui Rui wasn't having a hard time. Such a big case fell on his shoulders without any reason. She didn't know how many people were secretly watching him make mistakes. If it was her, she would have been irritated long ago. "Okay, if you say go to the lake, then go to the lake." Yu Shu thought. He didn't want her to interfere with Ji Xingxuan's interrogation, so she could accompany him to change his mood. As soon as she agreed, she saw a smile on his face. His lips, which were not thick or thin, raised up. His whole face was full of energy. In the past, Yu Shu had never noticed that Shui Rui's face was exceptionally good-looking when he smiled. Compared to Shui Rui's graceful bearing and elegant demeanor, Yu Shu had never noticed it before. "Shu!" Shui Rui noticed that Yushu was distracted. He said a few words but she didn't respond. He raised his hand and waved it in front of her. Yushu suddenly came back to her senses. The tips of her ears were a little red. In order to cover up that she was in a daze, she pretended to cough twice and patted her chest, saying that she choked on the peach. Shui Rui didn't say anything. He stretched out his long arm and took away the remaining half of the peach in her hand. "Hey, don't waste it. Eat it." As soon as she finished shouting, she saw Shui Rui glance at the nectarine that she had chewed on and put it in his mouth without changing his expression. Chapter 442. The Jade Lion Lake was located in the east of Anling. It was no more than 3 to 4 miles long, but it was 2 feet deep. The southern shore was adjacent to the octagonal Wulin Pagoda. Yushu thought that since Shui Rui said he wanted to take a stroll on the lake, then he wanted to book a large pleasure boat, and it would be best if he invited a few musicians to play and sing. They would be served fine wine and delicacies, and they would slowly float on the water as they wandered along the shore and gazed at the scenery in the distance. Who would have thought that when the carriage reached the shore of the lake, there was no such thing as a 3-storied pleasure boat. Instead, there was a wooden boat, about 2 zhang long, anchored at the bottom of the lake. It had 3 cabins, front and back, with a muddy green canopy, bamboo-woven curtains for the windows, and a primrose-colored silk canopy. At the entrance of the boat, there were 2 pots of green ginger grass. Once they were seated in the cabin, the boatman standing at the bow of the boat paddled into the lake with his long oars. Then, he drew the curtains to boil tea, allowing the breeze to cool them down. Leaning against the window and watching the light blue waves close at hand, Yushu had to admit that compared to the elegance of the eldest Shui Gongzi, she was truly a vulgar person. Shui Rui was a person who knew how to enjoy life. Although the boat was small, it did not lack any tables, stools, and beds. They were all of the short Western jean style. In addition, it could accommodate 5 or 6 people, making it more spacious than it looked from the outside. Yushu looked at the pillows and bedding on the short bed opposite her and said, "Your boat is so good that people can live in it." Shui Rui added fuel to the charcoal stove as he said with a smile, "You're right. When it's hot in the summer, I'll occasionally spend the night on this lake. Other people would find it difficult to sleep while holding ice in their hands, and I'll even add a blanket to my body at night. I'll hear the summer insects singing, and I'll be able to gaze up at the stars in the sky." Yushu felt envious just by listening to it. Last summer, she traveled north to the capital by water. She also spent the night on a ship, but the merchant ships had to be in a hurry, so they had to swim quickly on the river. The wind was howling, and the rain was intermittent. It was difficult to sleep peacefully, let alone comfortably. "If you like, I'll bring you to the lake when the weather gets warmer." Shui Rui seemed to be able to see through Yushu's thoughts and every move tickled her. As expected, Yushu happily clapped her hands. "Great, don't forget." She did not think too much about it. Shui Rui said he would bring her, but how could the 2 of them sleep on a boat and a bed? It was raining in the morning and the sun was not strong in the afternoon. The weather was cool and it was the best time to tour the lake. In the blink of an eye, it was summer and the willow trees on both sides were thick. When the boat reached the center of the lake, it was surrounded by light green. Yushu looked out of the window and saw a tower in the distance. She asked curiously, "What tower is that?" "It's so tall." Anling City was much bigger than the small Yang County. Yushu had been here for less than a year and had never been to many places. Thus, she did not even recognize the most famous martial spirit tower in the capital. Shui Rui followed her gaze and looked over. Before the water boiled, he told her a story. This tower is called Martial Spirit Tower. It was built 100 years ago during the reign of the late Emperor Shizong. Legend has it that one day, Emperor Shizong was touring the Jade Lion Lake. In the dead of night, he suddenly saw a white light descending on the southern shore. A human figure appeared in the light, looking at the lake. Emperor Shizong went up to ask who it was. That person turned his head and said in a dignified manner, "I came from the Jade Lion Palace to meet my descendants. I'll be leaving soon." Emperor Shizong was shocked and woke up. He knew that it was a dream. Later, he met Xia Jiangyi and asked about the dream. He found out that the person in the dream was the martial spirit emperor. Emperor Shizong ordered a tower to be built on the shore of the Jade Lion Lake and named it Martial Spirit Tower. This tower was used by the martial spirit emperor when he was in heaven. Yushu rested her chin on her hands and listened with great interest. The Depen dynasty had been around for 300 years and there were many wise rulers. This Emperor Shizong who liked to dream was a wise ruler in Yushu's impression. Ha! What's so funny? Shui Rui looked at Yushu who suddenly started laughing. He did not know what was so funny about her. "I'm laughing that our Emperor Shizong really liked to dream," Yushu said disrespectfully. She stretched out her fingers and counted, dreaming of the martial spirit emperor is one of them. He also dreamed of the 9 heavens Xian Nv and added mathematics to the De Yen examination. I also heard that 100 years ago, there were 2 sons of Yi in the same dynasty. Emperor Shizong also had a dream. She stretched out 3 slender fingers and waved them in front of Shui Rui and smiled. Shui Rui glanced at her set of white teeth and felt an itch in his heart, so he shifted his gaze away and said, "During Emperor Shizong's reign, there were indeed quite a number of strange and extraordinary people. Other than the 2 Emperor Shizong, there was even a female general." A female general. Yushu immediately came to her senses. She sat up on her knees and rested her arms on the tea table. She waited excitedly to listen to his story. It would be fine if it was a chaotic era. But in this prosperous era, there was a female general. This in itself was a strange story. Shui Rui stopped talking and asked her, "Do you want to hear it?" Yushu's head moved up and down. Shui Rui's eyes flashed slyly, "Kiss me first, then I'll tell you." Shui Rui held back his laughter when he saw the expression of, "Why are you like this?" on her face. He purposely pointed at his right cheek and said seriously, "You kissed my left cheek last time, so I'll kiss my right cheek this time." Yushu did not know whether to laugh or cry at his request. She thought to herself, how can this person be so shameless? He always wants to take advantage of me when he has the chance. Actually, kissing him was not a big deal. They were no longer in the ambiguous relationship of brother and sister. They were in love with each other, and kissing wouldn't make her pregnant. However, seeing his confident look, she was a little depressed. Shui Rui looked at her eyes flashing and cheeks bulging. There was a trace of foolishness in her cleverness. He could not help but smile. Yushu happened to catch a glimpse of his snicker and realized that he was teasing her. She was immediately annoyed and sneered inwardly, but her face was a little embarrassed. She lowered her head and said shyly, "Then come closer." Shui Rui was originally teasing her, yet who would have imagined that he was about to succeed, so how could he not be happy? There was a small coffee table between the two of them, and he leaned towards her and stopped at a distance of an inch. He could smell the refreshing fragrance that was like dew on her body, and his gaze descended onto her smooth forehead. That circle of fine and curly hair caused his heart to soften, and he practically forgot his impure intentions. Just then, the person in front of him moved. When he saw her raise her face, he turned his head to the side. Unexpectedly, she put her hands on his face and held it in her hands. Then she kissed him quickly and accurately. She pecked his lips. Shui Rui reacted in the next moment. He was so excited that he almost lost his balance. However, this kiss ended quickly. When he came back to his senses, Yushu had pushed his face away and quickly moved 2 feet away. She got up from the stool and sat on the short couch not far away. Shui Rui's hand grabbed empty air. He looked at Yu Shu, who was pretending to look out of the window. He had an impulse to pull her over and kiss her. Fortunately, he still remembered that he was on a ship. Taking a deep breath, he sank it into his dantian and suppressed his restless thoughts. Sitting up straight, he looked at her figure that was right in front of him and laughed in a low voice. It was intermittent once or twice, and it was obvious that he was in a very good mood. Yu Shu was proud of herself. But when she heard him laughing non-stop, she became shy. She turned her face and stared at him. She said in a bad mood, "What are you laughing at? Don't laugh." Who knew that when Shui Rui heard this, he laughed even more happily. "Ha, then come and kiss me again. I won't laugh anymore. Dream on." Chapter 443. As the sun set, they returned from the lake. Shui Rui, who had been handling cases for days, finally felt relieved. He sat in the carriage and looked for an opportunity to hold Yu Shu's little hand. She didn't shake him off until they arrived at Wangji Tower. "I'll go upstairs first." Yu Shu entered the backyard and left Shui Rui. She trotted upstairs. On the boat, she drank a pot of tea and endured it all the way back. Shui Rui watched her run away and laughed in his heart. When he got off the boat, he knew that she was in a hurry to go to the toilet, but she didn't say anything. He was embarrassed to ask directly, so he had to ask the coachman to hurry back. A quarter of an hour later, Yu Shu had changed into a clean pair of shoes and socks in her room. She relaxed and sat on the recliner to rest. She held the list of rare objects in her hand. Whenever she had free time, she would flip through it and ponder over the list of feng shui treasures that were practical and easy to raise. Her eyes flashed as she vaguely came up with an idea to make money. Shui Rui sent someone to call her for dinner. Yu Shu was in the study writing a document. She had just started, so she didn't want to delay. She thought it would be better to finish it in one go, so she sent the servant away. Just like that, an hour passed by. Shui Rui waited for a long time, but the dishes were already cold. She still did not come, so he personally went up to call for her. After saying 3 sentences, he coaxed Shuyu downstairs, who said you were hungry on the way back and now you want to eat. "Big brother, eat first. I have to finish writing this. Then you write it. It's boring to eat alone. I'll wait for you." "Don't, I'll wait for a while." "Don't worry, I'll sit here. You do your work and don't worry about me. Let's go and eat first." Shui Rui looked at Yu Shu's helpless face and his lips curved slightly. Other people did not understand her, but based on the vicious things she had done, they would always think that she was a condescending person who would not be moved by force or persuasion. However, he knew her inside story. Her heart of stone was only towards outsiders, but towards the people she regarded as one of her own, this girl had always been accommodating and extremely soft-hearted. In other words, it was something worth rejoicing over to be able to be taken seriously by her. He thinks about it carefully. Just looking at the people around Yu Shu, who hasn't received her kindness. Yu Xiaoxiu can live a carefree life because he has such a good sister. Xiao Hui can change her appearance and get rid of her bad luck because she has such a foster daughter. Xia Jiangmin can stay in the capital safely because she has such a sister. Xan Lu can save his life at a critical moment because he has such a friend. There was also Jing Qin. If it wasn't for her love and friendship and accompanying him all the way, this Taoist of Dun sect would still be alive or dead. When Shui Rui thought of Jing Qin, he felt a little unhappy. Previously, every time he saw Yu Shu's stubborn look towards Jing Qin, he felt envious and depressed, as if swallowing a mouthful of saliva. His heart was full of regret. It was clear that he met her first, but because of a moment of hesitation, he actually let someone else get the moonlight first. Fortunately, that Taoist priest did not know what was good for him, so he turned back in time and snatched her back. Otherwise, he did not know how long he would have to swallow this bitterness. After dinner, on the contrary, Yushu was not in a hurry to think about her plan to earn money. Seeing that the courtyard was quite cool, she asked someone to move the table and chairs and sat outside with Shui Rui to get some fresh air. Shui Rui felt that it was too dark, so he asked Gue Qi to add a few more lanterns on the second floor to illuminate the courtyard. The light rain in the morning was not enough, so it became hot and stuffy at night, as if the sky was covered with a quilt. Yushu was not afraid of the cold, but she was very afraid of the heat. She felt that it was too thick even in a single layer of clothing. She really missed the days when she could wear short sleeves and shorts, but the ancient etiquette was still there. Even men could not casually expose their hands and feet, let alone women. Shui Rui held a folding fan. Seeing that she gently pulled her collar, he considerately changed the direction of the fan and fanned for her. Yushu did not stand on ceremony with him. She even moved closer to him, tilting her neck to let the cold wind get close to her. She squinted her eyes and looked like she was enjoying it. Seeing this, Shui Rui wanted to laugh, but he did not stop fanning. Xiao Dai, who was waiting at the side, saw this situation and quickly turned to go upstairs. On the stairs, she met Xiao Qing, who came down with a lamp. "Where are you going?" Xiao Qing asked. "Go back to the room to find a fan. Look, the lady is hot." Xiao Dai pointed to Xiao Qing, who was sitting in the courtyard. Xiao Qing looked over and rolled her eyes. She pulled Xiao Dai and whispered, "There is no need to go. Isn't the young master fanning the lady?" Xiao Dai stared at her and said, "How can we let the young master do it? If the shopkeeper sees us, he will think that we are slacking and will definitely reprimand us." Xiao Qing looked at the courtyard calmly and said to her, "Don't worry, the shopkeeper will definitely not reprimand us. If you go there with a fan now, the young master will be unhappy." Xiao Dai did not understand and said with a fox face, "What kind of nonsense is this? The young master is happy to please the lady. Why are you going there?" "Ah. Why does the young master want to please the lady?" Xiao Qing covered her mouth and laughed. She scolded her for being a silly girl and pulled her to the corner of the stairs where there was no one. She whispered in her ear, "Can't you see that the young master and our lady are a couple?" "Really?" Xiao Dai cried out involuntarily. "Shh, lower your voice." Xiao Qing hurriedly covered her mouth and poked her head into the courtyard. Seeing that Shui Rui and Yushu did not notice them, she pulled Xiao Dai and the two sisters ran upstairs to talk. On this side, Yushu felt lazy from the breeze and was slightly sleepy. She was just about to tell Shui Rui that she wanted to return to her room to rest when she raised her eyelids to see that his gaze went past the top of her head and looked behind her. Yushu turned her head and saw that at the back door, Gue Qi was leading an official in a gray robe forward. "Milord. What happened?" "Something happened in the prison." Yushu's face tightened and she sat up straight. She was afraid that Ji Xingxuan, who was locked up in the prison, would cause trouble again. Shui Rui also frowned. He put down the folding fan in his hand and said coldly, "Speak clearly." The official looked around and did not avoid Yushu. He lowered his head and quickly said, "The prisoner Ji Xingxuan fainted this morning due to a high fever. She did not wake up even after pouring water and salt. She was probably tortured too much. This subordinate was afraid that she would not be able to bear it, so I came to ask Milord if we should stop the torture and treat her." Shui Rui's expression suddenly changed and he scolded, "Tortured too much? How did you do it? Don't you know that this is a wanted criminal of the imperial court and that no accidents can happen before she goes to court?" There were two reasons for putting Ji Xingxuan in prison. One was to interrogate her with torture and find out who was behind the scenes. The second was to guard her well so that she would not be silenced. So from the beginning, he had instructed his subordinates not to torture her too heavily and to keep her alive. The official shrunk his neck and braced himself to report, "My lord, please investigate carefully." According to the jailer, torture has always been appropriate and has not been excessive. This prisoner could still resist a few days ago. Enough. Shui Rui interrupted him and stood up. He ordered, "Quickly go to Jingui Hall and find a doctor. I will go to the prison to take a look." Seeing this, Yu Shu also stood up. She reached out and pulled him, saying, "I will go with you." Shui Rui was about to shake his head when he saw Yu Shu's serious expression. She said with certainty, "I know Ji Xingxuan better than you. I will go with you. If she dares to play tricks, I can warn you." Yu Shu did not believe that Ji Xingxuan fainted for no reason was an accident. She was afraid that Shui Rui would be careless and fall into her trap, so she insisted on going with him. Chapter 444. There were several prisons inside and outside of Anling. The prison of the Ministry of Justice, which was responsible for judging crimes, held the most prisoners. However, when it came to torture, the Supreme Court, which was responsible for the prisons, held the most severe punishments. There was a saying that if one went to the prison of the Ministry of Justice, they would inevitably suffer physical pain. But if they went to the Supreme Court, they would lose a layer of skin even if they didn't die. As a suspected criminal, Ji Xingxuan had been imprisoned in the Supreme Court's dungeon for 7 to 8 days. Yu Shu followed behind Shui Rui, and as soon as they entered the dim and damp dungeon, Shui Rui silently held her hand. Even though she wasn't afraid of the dark, she didn't refuse and allowed his large hand to hold her small hand. The jailer led the way in front. A flickering lantern floated in front of them. The dripping sound of water above their heads could be heard. Occasionally, 1 or 2 painful moans could be heard. It was as if the netherworld was beside them, making one's hair stand on end. Yu Shu secretly sneered. After coming to the capital, she only went to the dungeon twice, and both times were to visit Ji Xingxuan. What kind of ill-fated relationship was this? The dungeon structure wasn't complicated. After passing through 2 layers of prison doors, they arrived at the place where Ji Xingxuan was imprisoned. The brazier on the wall was burning, illuminating the surroundings. Shui Rui finally let go of Yu Shu's hand. A man who looked like a jailer came up and talked to him in a low voice. Yu Shu looked around and quickly found a gray figure lying against the wall in the cell on her left. The figure's back was facing the cell door, bent over on a simple wooden bed, motionless. Her vision darkened. Her intuition told her that this was Ji Xingxuan. As expected, Shui Rui said a few words to the jailer and then shifted his gaze to this cell. He asked, "Why is Dr. Zhao not here yet?" As they were talking, a series of footsteps approached them from behind. Yu Shu turned around to look and saw that the official who went to the Wangji Tower that night was leading a man who was carrying a medicine box over. When the man saw Shui Rui, he hurriedly quickened his steps and walked forward. "My lord, this is Dr. Zhao from Jingwutang." As a medical center, Jingwutang was in a special situation. It was affiliated with the Supreme Court and treated a group of criminals who couldn't see the light of day. They didn't treat the wounded and dying, but dealt with the aftermath of a heavy punishment. "My lord Shui." Dr. Zhao greeted Shui Rui. Shui Rui waved his hand to the side and ordered the prison guard to open the cell. He then led Dr. Zhao inside to check on Ji Xingxuan's condition. After a while, the doctor walked out, and Shui Rui asked with slight impatience, "What happened to the prisoner? Why is he unconscious?" Yu Shu saw the strange expression on the face of the doctor invited by Jingwutang. She wanted to say something but hesitated. "Darren, may I have a word with you?" Shui Rui nodded and walked away. Feeling strange, Yushu didn't follow him. After a while, she saw Shui Rui come back. Seeing his gloomy face, she couldn't help but ask, "What happened?" Shui Rui's gaze was complicated as he glanced at the person who was locked in the cage. Just as he was hesitating on how he should tell Yushu about this, he heard a rapid gasp, as if a person who had sunk into the water had climbed up to the shore. It was followed by a series of coughs. Yushu immediately turned her head and saw the figure on the wooden bed move and slowly climb up. Ji Xingxuan woke up at this time. Ahem, ahem, ahem. The gray-black figure turned around and looked at the light. His messy hair and dirty face made Yushu unable to recognize him for a moment. Ji Xingxuan quickly recognized her current situation. She leaned against the wall, and with the light from the brazier, her blurry vision swept across the people outside the cage. Without saying a word, she raised her numb left hand and pressed it against her abdomen. After a few moments, a hoarse laugh popped out of her throat. Yushu heard her extremely hoarse voice, but it was conveyed to them word by word, "I want to see Prince Ning." This request baffled Yushu. She thought to herself that she didn't know what was good for her to still want to get involved with Lu Hao at this point. Thus, Yushu turned around to look at Shui Rui, who was the only one here that could make decisions, yet she saw him go silent for a moment before he spoke with an expressionless face to the person in the cage. "Is the child in your womb King Ning's flesh and blood?" Yushu was shocked and speechless. She stared at Ji Xingxuan in disbelief. She was actually pregnant. On the 9th day of the 2nd month this year. Ji Xingxuan did not answer the question and said something that didn't make sense. But how could Shui Rui not hear the meaning behind her words? He asked Dr. Zhao, who was waiting at the side, "How long has she been pregnant?" Dr. Zhao answered carefully, "Not more than 3 months." Yushu also understood now. The 9th day of the 2nd month that Ji Xingxuan mentioned should be the day that she and Lu Hao had an affair. With one calculation, she knew that she was pregnant. If she wasn't lying, then this child must be Lu Hao's. Yushu's emotions were very complicated. She didn't know if she should be happy for Ji Xingxuan's downfall or should she be worried that she was pregnant with the flesh and blood of the imperial family at this time. In the end, getting pregnant before marriage was undoubtedly a scandal. A woman's innocence was destroyed. Even if she didn't have to be drowned in a pig cage, she would still be despised by the world. But to Ji Xingxuan, this scandal became a life-saving straw. Under these circumstances, it was no longer possible to use torture to interrogate Ji Xingxuan. It was fine if Shui Rui didn't know. But since he knew, if he continued to hide it, he would be suspected of persecuting the blood of the imperial family. So even if Ji Xingxuan didn't ask to see Ning Wang, Shui Rui still had to inform Lu Hao of this matter and let him make the decision. This point, Yushu could think of, and Shui Rui would definitely be aware of it. So he made a prompt decision and got the doctor to prescribe medicine for Ji Xingxuan to protect the pregnancy. At the same time, he sent a subordinate to inform Ning Wang Fu. When Ji Xingxuan heard Shui Rui's arrangements, she quietly lay back in the corner and covered herself with a thin blanket. She no longer cared about what was happening outside. She didn't even look at Yushu, who had a deep hatred for her. She was completely lifeless, without any trace of the joy of being a mother. Yushu didn't have the mood to kick her when she was down. She looked coldly at her dying breath. After a while, she and Shui Rui left this dark and cold prison cell. Shui Rui and Yushu didn't return to Wang Ji Tower, but went to the yamen of the Supreme Court to wait for news from Ning Wang Fu. In the dead of night, there were only patrolling soldiers on duty in the enormous yamen. The officials that came and went during the day had gone back to their homes before the sky turned dark. Shui Rui brought Yushu into the rear hall. In the place where he usually rested, he could speak without worry and didn't have to worry that the walls might be eavesdropping. "Did Ji based on your understanding of Ning Wang, would he come out to vouch for Ji Xingxuan for this child? He's a person who cares about his reputation. If he knew that a criminal was pregnant with his flesh and blood, he probably wouldn't be happy. Then according to what you're saying, he would place righteousness before family. Yu Shu had a grudge against Ji Xingxuan, and she also had a grudge with Lu Hao. Not to mention the distant ones, during the Shuangyang conference, she had been schemed against by Shui Yun and had been captured by Lu Hao. Afterwards, when the incident occurred, Shui Rui and Jing Qin quarreled at the morning court, enraging the imperial countenance. Lu Hao took the chance to frame the fourth imperial prince Lu Si, causing the other to be expelled from Jing. He had gotten rid of a competitor without bloodshed. The shrewdness of his methods made others wary. No, he will protect this child. Shui Rui saw the confusion in Yu Shu's eyes and calmly explained to her, 3 years ago, when Ning Wang established his fu, he only had a daughter born from a concubine. Ning Wang Fei had just entered the fu not long ago and there has not been any good news. If the child in Ji Xingxuan's belly is a boy, then it will be his eldest son. No matter what, he will not abandon it. Yu Shu's brows furrowed, confirming Shui Rui's analysis. Indeed, with the Yin dynasty's culture, respect for the Tao and respect for Yi, the eldest son meant that the bloodline would be passed on. If he abandoned it, it would go against the Tao of Yi and be undesirable. It seemed that Ji Xingxuan also understood this point, which was why she was so determined to see Lu Hao. This Ji Xingxuan, her life is really tough. Shui Rui sighed. According to the doctor's diagnosis, it's true that her body is weak, but the child in her belly is safe and didn't die because of the torture. She really is lucky. Yu Shu nodded her head. Wasn't her life tough? Every time a disaster came, Ji Xingxuan would be able to escape in time. This time, when she was really at the end of her rope, she had managed to grab onto a life-saving straw. Although she felt helpless, she also saw a favorable side to this matter, so her eyes flashed and she said to Shui Rui, His Majesty wants you to close the case in a month. With this kind of accident happening, you can use this opportunity to delay it. It's not your fault anyway, so it won't be blamed on you. Shui Rui saw that she was still thinking for him at this time. He was both happy and worried. He sighed lightly. I would rather close the case as soon as possible, so that you won't be targeted by that poisonous woman. A long night is fraught with trouble. He was very clear about the grudge between Yu Shu and Ji Xingxuan. So compared to not being able to report back, he was more concerned about not being able to help his sweetheart resolve her future troubles. Hearing him say this, Yu Shu felt good inside, but her face showed disdain. She said disdainfully, Why would I be afraid of her? Honestly speaking, at this point, Yu Shu was no longer as apprehensive about Ji Xingxuan as before. The two of them had fought more than once or twice. In the end, Ji Xingxuan had always been defeated by her and wasn't a threat. He. Shui Rui gave a low laugh. Looking at her sharp brows, he actually felt much more relaxed. The two of them turned to discuss countermeasures. After waiting for 2 hours, someone from Ning Wang Fu finally replied, Greetings to Shui Darren. Our Wang Yi invites Darren to come to the Fu for a chat. Shui Rui and Yu Shu exchanged a look. Inside, they were sure that Lu Hao was going to protect this child. Otherwise, Lu Hao could just ignore it and pretend that the child in Ji Xingxuan's belly wasn't his. This was a matter where there was no evidence. Whether to admit it or not, it was all up to Lu Hao. Wait for this official to tidy up before going to visit Wang Yi. Shui Rui sent away the people from Ning Wang Fu and turned to say to Yu Shu, You go back to Wang Ji Lu first. I'm going to see Ning Wang and see what he has to say. Even though Yu Shu wanted to see the excitement, she understood that this was not the time to cause trouble for Shui Rui. So she nodded and said, Then be careful. I'll go back and wait for you. Ning Wang was not an easy person to get along with. Shui Rui had been at odds with him for a long time. Encountering this kind of matter, he might fly into a rage out of humiliation. Yu Shu was slightly worried that Shui Rui would take his anger out on him. Chapter 445. In the fourth watch period, Wang Ji Tower was silent. Yu Shu was draped in clothing as she reclined on the ebony couch in the living room. There was a hard wooden board on her bent knees and paper on top of it. She could use a willow charcoal pen to draw. On the side, the list of rare objects was open. On the page facing upwards, there was an exquisitely crafted jade bracelet with detailed annotations written on the side. Miss, it is late at night. Nubi will make the bed. Rest. If you stay up, it will be daybreak. Xiao Qing took down the lampshade and replaced it with a candle. She leaned over to persuade Yu Shu. Yu Shu raised her head from the lines that she had scribbled on the paper. She used the back of her hand to rub her sore eyes. She said tiredly, "My eldest brother has not returned yet." "Not yet," Xiao Qing said. "Why don't you lie on the bed first? When Gongye returns, Nubi will wake you up." Yu Shu gave a yawn and nodded. She put away the books, papers, and brushes in her hands and put them in the secret compartment of the study. She then passed through the door to her bedroom. She undressed and lay down. The night was not as hot as the evening. She closed her eyes and after a while, her breathing became steady. Not long after Yu Shu fell asleep, Shui Rui finally came back from Ning Wang Fu. When he entered the Hoyuan, he first raised his head to look upstairs. He didn't know if Yu Shu had fallen asleep. He asked Xiang, who was on duty in the Hoyuan tonight, "When did the lights go out upstairs?" This one just saw Xiao Dai pour water downstairs. Shui Rui was afraid that Yu Shu was already lying down and that he would disturb her if he went upstairs, so he asked Xiang to find Yu Shu's maid and ask her about it. When he found out that Yu Shu had waited for him for half the night and had just fallen asleep, he couldn't help but feel sorry for her. Miss said that when Gongye returns, she is to wake her up. Should Nubi go upstairs and wake her up? Xiao Qing asked Shui Rui. Shui Rui did not even think before stopping her. He rubbed his forehead and said, "No need, let her rest." "Yes, this servant will take her leave." Shui Rui had been running back and forth for the entire night. After a simple wash, he went to bed with his clothes on. Taking advantage of the fact that the sky was not yet bright, he seized the opportunity to rest for 2 hours. When the day came, he still had to enter the palace to meet the emperor. The next day, the sky was bright. Yu Shu woke up and saw the sun outside the window. Her face was a little bad. She called Little Butterfly, who was sprinkling water outside, and asked. Only then did she know that Shui Rui came back at dawn and went out again in the morning. "Why didn't you wake me up?" Yu Shu said unhappily. Little Butterfly stammered and looked back outside the door. Xiao Qing walked in with morning tea. Seeing Yu Shu's serious face, she thought for a while and understood, so she went forward to apologize. "It's all Nubi's fault. When Gongye came back, he called me for questioning. I blurted out that Miss was asleep, so Gongye didn't allow us to disturb you." Yu Shu was just angry when she woke up, but she would not vent her anger on the 2 maidservants. Hearing this, she did not pursue the matter further. She waved her hand and asked them to wash up and change into a thin garment. Because the weather was hot, she only wore a ginger half-sleeved shirt. She tied a ribbon satin around her waist and hung a pouch with the arithmetic seal and the door key. She had no appetite for breakfast. After drinking half a bowl of red bean porridge, she rushed out. 2 days ago, Fang Xijing informed her that she was chosen to accompany the emperor on the day of divine ancestor sacrifice and asked her to go to Taisher Shuyuan at 2:15 in the morning. She slept late last night. Sitting in the carriage, she inevitably felt dizzy. She held the beige jade seal and pressed it on her eyebrows all the way before she gradually woke up. Rongxing Hall, located at the end of the south gate of the Taisher Shuyuan, was the place where the academicians usually gathered to discuss matters. Today, it was rare for 18 academicians to gather together. The morning classes were suspended for the day, and there were many students standing in the courtyard to watch the fun. Inside the hall, there were seats on the east, west, and north sides. There were a total of 18 chairs, and all the academicians of the 6 disciplines were present. At a glance, half of them were old people with white hair, but there was no lack of beautiful women and handsome young men. But without exception, they all had extraordinary attainments in the study of and were worthy of their name. Inside the door, there were 4 or 5 young students, both male and female. They were all good-looking people, dressed in 2-colored uniforms. Their faces looked more or less immature, and it seemed that they were this year's newcomers. It's 1:15 in the morning. Is everyone not here yet? Academician Gao of the mathematics department looked outside the door with slight impatience. He glanced at the 5 students standing below, and it was obvious that one person was missing. As soon as he spoke, someone else chimed in, "Which colleague's candidate is not here? Tell us, don't make us wait in vain." Fang Zijing, who was flipping through a chess manual, lifted his eyelids and said casually, "Maybe they were delayed on the way here. It's not a big deal to wait for 1/4 hour." Academician Gao said in a strange tone, "It seems that Academician Fang's disciple is late. 1/4 hour is easy for you to say, but bringing such an unpunctual junior to the day of divine ancestor sacrifice might ruin things. If something goes wrong, are you going to be responsible for it?" Academician Gao, why are you so angry so early in the morning? I see that the bridge of your nose is black. Be careful of what you say today. A gorgeous woman sitting below Fang Zijing laughed and played with the crystal-clear beads on her wrist. It was obvious that she was helping Fang Zijing. This charming and beautiful woman was none other than Madame Lu, who had just retired from her post as the right magistrate of the Celestial Commissioner a month ago. She was now teaching physiognomy at the LoveLore Library. Half of the young teachers who had just entered the school this year were under her tutelage. Academician Gao was a little embarrassed by Madame Lu's words, but he did not argue with her. He just looked at Han Wenguang, who was sitting above him with his eyes closed, and silently swallowed his words. Jing Chen, who was also a new academician this year, paid no attention to the outside world. He held a scroll of Daoist scripture in his hand and tilted his head to look outside the door. He saw a figure walking over from afar. His eyes flickered and he lowered his head again. Yushu walked to the door of Rongxing Hall and saw that it was full of people. She knew that she was the last to arrive, and she was secretly puzzled. Wasn't it 7:15? She had seen the sundial at the main entrance, and it was just 7:15. She had arrived 1/4 earlier, but why were all these people earlier than her? Thinking of this, she did not stop walking, and as soon as she entered the door, she first greeted the many elders present. "Student Yushu, fellow academicians, nice to meet you." After saying that, she looked up and saw that most of the 18 academicians present were looking at her unhappily. Yushu was puzzled and did not know that she had been made a fool of. "Okay, now that everyone is here, we can get down to business." Academician Shengwan of Yili was the oldest among the people, so no one objected to him presiding over the matter. "I will start first. Academician Qin, Academician Do, and I will recommend this year's new 9th grade E-Master, Qin Yuero, who is ranked 32nd in Yili. Does anyone have any objections?" After Academician Shengwan finished speaking, Yushu slightly turned her head and saw that Qin Yuero, who was also waiting to the side, was among a few other students. When the academicians asked questions, she would answer them in a well-behaved manner. Before coming here, Fang Zijing did not tell Yushu clearly, but looking at the situation, she could guess why they were standing here. It turned out that just the recommendation of 3 academicians was not enough. In the end, whether or not they could participate in this year's ancestral worship ceremony still needed to be reviewed by all the academicians before a decision could be made. This knowledge caused Yu Shu to have a bad feeling in her heart. She looked around without batting an eyelid, and she wasn't surprised to see the virtuous and respected old diviner Han sitting in the seat of honor. Yu Shu could almost predict that when it was her turn, she would definitely be troubled. Chapter 446. Every year, on the sacred ancestor sacrifice day, the emperor would personally go to the ancestral mausoleum to offer sacrifices. The imperial historian's library would choose 6 students to attend the ceremony. This was a great opportunity for the emperor to show his face, and the 12 prefectures' Yishuev families wouldn't miss it. However, the Taisha library had its own rules. Every year, the 6 candidates were not only the children of the capital's aristocratic families, but they would also choose young teachers from the north and south according to their discretion. On one hand, it would avoid being accused of nepotism, and on the other hand, it would not bury true talents. Thus, Academician Shengguan recommended Qin Yuero because last year, Academician Qin and Academician Dou recommended a junior from the Shengguan family. This year, the Shengguan family and Dou family didn't have any new students. The Imperial Historian's Library would inject new blood every 3 years, and this year, they couldn't recommend old people. This was another rule that everyone tacitly agreed on. Without a doubt, no one disapproved of Qin Yuero attending the ceremony on the sacred ancestor sacrifice day. After a few simple questions, the 18 academicians unanimously agreed. The next 2 male students were also from the Anling aristocratic families. Their rankings in this year's Grand Yen examination weren't low, and one of them was a 6th grade Yishua master. Yu Shu could see that including Qin Yuero, these 3 people were already set in stone. Today, they were just here to go through the motions. As for the remaining 3 people, including Yu Shu, they weren't from the Anling 12 prefectures' aristocratic families. Just based on their names, it was obvious. What made her slightly surprised was that Han Wenguang, who was a master of the 3 predictors, recommended a Xiaoyi master named Sun Jun. He was also from a humble background. The academicians were obviously harsher on Sun Jun. Not only did they ask a few difficult questions, but the academician who taught physiognomy also called Sun Jun in front of him and carefully looked at his palms and palms. Sun Jun was about the same age as Qin Yuero, but he didn't look very smart. When he answered, he stuttered a few words, causing the academicians to frown slightly. However, they tactfully expressed their dissatisfaction to Han Wenguang and didn't directly oppose him. However, Han Wenguang only said one sentence to suppress these complaints. Although the Sun family is now in decline, their ancestors are the military school of Qimen Dunjia. Their ancestors have passed down a book called Ghost Valley 7 Chapters. Sun Jun has already offered this strange book to the Taisha library and temporarily stored it with me. I will take it out and read it with my colleagues in the next few days. This child's righteous action shows his moral character. Is it not enough to pay homage to the heavens? Yu Shu thought to herself that she did not know the content of the 3 chapters of the Haunted Valley, but she could guess its value from the expressions of more than 10 academicians present. Since Han Wenguang had openly invited everyone to have a piece of the pie, no one would be stupid enough to make things difficult for him. This was not making things difficult for Han Wenguang, it was making things difficult for themselves. Even Fang Zijing, who had always been at odds with Han Wenguang, just blew his beard and acquiesced to this matter. After Sun Jun, there was only Yu Shu and another girl left. Yu Shu then looked at the delicate girl in a pink skirt. She just felt that she looked familiar, but for a moment, she couldn't remember where she had seen her. At this time, Academician Kong, who was sitting on the right side of Academician Shengguan, was the old master of the Kong family, one of the 12 aristocratic families of the capital. After discussing with Academician Xia and Academician Jing, I am willing to recommend Miss Zhang from Jiangxi, the 39th place in Fengshui this year, level 9 mastery Zhang Chuyuan. Yu Shu now remembered that Miss Zhang in front of her was not one of a group of female students who were summoned to the small building for questioning because Jing Qin was suspected on the second day after the stargazing platform murder. At that time, these delicate girls spoke to protect Jing Qin and even accused the deceased Xiao Yuling of improper behavior. It could be said that Yu Shu did not have a deep impression on her. Thinking of this, Yu Shu looked up and found the indifferent figure of Jing Qin among the 18 chairs. She looked at him silently, and her mood was surprisingly calm. The depression and unwillingness of the previous parting gradually disappeared in the disappointment again and again. What was left was only a few inexplicable feelings of loss. When she could stay out of the matter, she understood that a man with a special background like Jing Qin had too many involuntary actions. He could sacrifice himself for the greater good, but Yu Shu was a self-respecting, selfish, and self-centered person. There was such a clear difference in essence. Even without Xu Yun's involvement, they would eventually go their separate ways. Yu Shu looked on coldly. The academicians did not make things difficult for Zhang Chuyuan like they did for Sun Jun just now. Seeing that she answered a few simple questions, they approved of her cleverness. After everyone nodded, Zhang Chuyuan blushed with joy. She secretly glanced at Jing Qin, then retreated to the door and stood together with Qin Yuero and the others. Yu Shu did not care about this short scene because Fang Zijing had already spoken. After waiting for a long time, it was finally her turn. This year's Grand Yen examination is in an eventful period. First, the Celestial Commissioner's officials practiced favoritism and committed fraud. The astrology section issued a whitelist, and the mystic arts section actually did not have a champion. Next, the arithmetic section unexpectedly produced a female fortune-teller. The first thing Fang Zijing said seemed to have nothing to do with the main topic of the day, but after thinking about it carefully, the three things he said were all related to Yu Shu. I'm sure everyone here has heard of this young female fortune-teller. This old man, Madame Liu, and academician Sima recommended her. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Shu instantly felt more than 10 pairs of eyes fixate on her. Their gazes were not reserved at all. None of the 5 people in front of her had enjoyed this kind of special treatment. Even though she had seen many big scenes and was very calm, facing this group of old and shrewd elders, who added up to almost 1,000 years old, was enough to make her feel uncomfortable. There was pressure, but she would not cower. The Imperial Historian's Library was a place with rules. She was a 4th-grade fortune-teller. In terms of rank, among the academicians present, there were not many who were stronger than her. However, even if she thought this way, others might not take it seriously. Yu Xuanzi is indeed one of the most outstanding of the younger generation who entered the academy this year. However, I heard that Yu Xuanzi gambled with someone, humiliated them in public, and stole their seal. I personally feel that such an unruly, impulsive, and reckless woman is not suitable to participate in the solemn scene of ancestral worship. Yu Shu originally thought that they would more or less raise a few academic questions for her to perform and then make things difficult for her. Who knew that the higher-ups would directly reject it? The reason was that she had caused a ruckus at the banquet at Wang Ji-lu last month. Her words were righteous and unruly. To put it bluntly, she didn't swallow her anger and instead slapped Han Wenguang's face in public. The person who spoke was academician Gao, who looked to be in his 50s. He was considered young among the group of white-haired old people. Yu Shu had seen him once from afar. At that time, Xan Lu had pulled her to identify him, reminding her that the Gao family and the Han family were in-laws. Since she had offended Han Wenguang, it was best not to think about worshipping this academician Gao as a disciple. Yu Shu did not care at that time. With her level of knowledge in mathematics, she had never planned to study at the Imperial Historian's Library. Yu Shu looked at Han Wenguang, who was sitting calmly in the seat of honor, and sneered to herself. Now that this academician Gao had made it clear that he was in cahoots with Han Wenguang, it was not appropriate for her to defend herself on such an occasion. What kind of people were there? Black and white had their own conclusions. If she could not make it clear with a few words, it would instead make her seem rash. Therefore, she turned to look at Fang Zijing, thinking that Fang Zijing was the one who recommended her. Shouldn't he speak up for her? Fang Zijing didn't say anything, but the other person whom Yu Shu met for the first time today said, "What's the matter? Where did academician Gao hear this rumor? Why is it different from what I have heard?" It wasn't that Yu Xuanzi was holding a banquet to entertain his guests, but there just had to be someone who didn't know what's good for him and chose to come and challenge him on his wedding day. Not only did he fail to pick a fight, he was ridiculed instead. How could it be that Yu Xuanzi's words and actions were wrong? After all, she was personally chosen by the Celestial Commissioner, and her name was on the Celestial Commissioner's list. How could she let a few villains talk about it? If she did not speak up, then she would be a good-for-nothing. The woman sitting on the right side of Fang Zijing was in her 30s. She had a pair of phoenix eyes and a smile, but the words that came out of her mouth were full of sarcasm. Yu Shu had no doubt that this beautiful and sharp-tongued woman was the famous Madame Lu at a glance. Guessing her identity, Yu Shu quickly figured out why the other party would speak up for her. Han Wenguang was ambitious and wanted to be the leader, break away from the Celestial Commissioner, and set up his own organization. He tried to use Yu Shu as an opportunity to smear the face of the Celestial Commissioner. All kinds of calculations, the Celestial Commissioner would definitely be aware of later, so how could she not be angry with Han Wenguang? After the banquet at Wangji Building, Han Wenguang's faction did not make any moves for a month. Presumably, he was suppressed by the Celestial Commissioner, so he did not act rashly. But even so, Madame Lu, who had just stepped down from the Celestial Commissioner's position not long ago, had a conflict with Han Wenguang. At this time, it was not difficult to understand why she would say a few words for Yu Shu. Academician Gao's eyebrows trembled because of Madame Lu's sharp rebuttal. He couldn't help but retorted sarcastically. He used the virtue of women to argue, but Madame Lu grabbed him and scolded him. Everyone present was speechless. It was not that they didn't want to interrupt, but they couldn't. The result of a quarrel between a man and a woman could be imagined. Yu Shu widened her eyes and watched Madame Lu rudely beat her chest and stamped her feet on academician Gao. She was so envious of her. When could she get that position? If she was in a bad mood, she would scold whoever she wanted. In the end, academician Shengwan, who was the oldest, became the peacemaker. Ahem, listen to me. Let's stop for a moment. Don't let this affect the harmony between us. Whether Yu Xuanzi is chosen or not isn't something that can be decided by just one person. Why don't we have a vote? According to the rules, if more than half of the people agree that she should participate in the ceremony, others can't disagree. If not, we will find another candidate. Hearing this, Yu Shu didn't care what others thought. She felt unhappy in her heart. To be honest, she didn't have to go to the sacrifice day. She stood here and was criticized by a group of people because she didn't want to miss an opportunity to make progress. But it didn't mean that she was willing to be picked like a cabbage. If it didn't work, they would find someone else. She didn't even have the right to speak up. If she had known that she would face such a passive situation in Rongxing Hall, she might as well sleep in and wait for Shui Rui to come back in Wangji Building. I agree that Yu Xuanzi should participate in the ceremony. Madame Lu was the first to speak, followed by Fang Zijing, Sima Kuei, and then academician Qin who taught Yili, academician Qin who taught arithmetic, academician Xia who taught physiognomy, and academician Shengwan. One after another, 7 people expressed their agreement. This was not enough. At least 9 people were needed to decide. 2 people were not enough. Seeing this, academician Shengwan sighed and confirmed, "Is there anyone else who wants to say something?" No one answered. Yu Shu lowered her head. In the eyes of others, she looked a little discouraged. Some of the young Yili teachers who passed looked at Yu Shu with sympathy, while others looked at her with schadenfreude. But in fact, as the person involved, Yu Shu didn't feel good or bad when she saw this situation. She just felt a little impatient. She wanted to end this voting without human rights as soon as possible and go back to her business. At this moment, a cold and clear voice rang out. "I thought Yu Swansea was qualified to participate in the ceremony." Chapter 447. I thought Yu Swansea was qualified to attend the ceremony. Yu Shu was stunned and looked sideways at Jing Qin, who had just spoken. She saw that he was reading the Taoist scripture in his hand without raising his head, as if she had heard an illusion. Jing Qin would speak up for Yu Shu. No one present would be surprised about this except Yu Shu herself. However, Han Wenguang's influence was greater than Yu Shu had imagined. Out of the 18 academicians, half of them did not approve of her participating in the sacred ancestor sacrifice ceremony. Even with Jing Chen's support, the situation could not be reversed. Under Madame Lu's beautiful eyes, academician Shengwan could only regretfully announce that Fang Zijing and the others needed to recommend another candidate as soon as possible. Even a 4th-class female Swansea can be scolded. The LoveLore Library is really getting better and better every year. Madame Lu sneered and left. When she passed by Yu Shu, she did not say anything. She just raised her hand and gently stroked her shoulder, and then passed by. Yu Shu, who felt that she had been comforted, felt a little strange. She turned her head to look at Madame Lu's graceful back as she walked away. She wondered if she should find a time to pay a visit to this strong woman. Madame Lu's words before she left had annoyed some of the old people in the LoveLore Library. Immediately, someone shouted with dissatisfaction, "Only women and villains are difficult to support." Yu Shu looked back and saw a few angry old faces. She suddenly felt much better. After watching the show, she immediately raised her hand to salute Fang Zijing and asked to leave. "Academician Fang, there is nothing for me here. I will leave first." Fang Zijing had been quietly looking at her. Seeing that she was not selected, he could still maintain a sense of propriety. His eyes flickered slightly, and he nodded. "You go." Before Yu Shu left, she quietly looked at the 2 people present. One was Jing Qin, and the other was Han Wenguang. Jing Chen's eyes never left the scripture from beginning to end. His undistracted look made Yu Shu suspect that he had said that on a whim, so she did not take it to heart. What she noticed was that Han Wenguang did not show any emotion on his face. He did not show the slightest bit of pride because he had tripped her up. Obviously, he did not take her seriously. Yu Shu wasn't very angry towards this because she knew her own limitations. She didn't have the qualifications to challenge such a cunning figure now, so she could only make a note of this in her heart. Sooner or later, she'd wait for an opportunity to pay him back. Humph, it was just accompanying the emperor to worship the tomb. If he didn't want to go, then don't go. She didn't care. Coming out of Taisha Shuyuan, the sun was already hanging high. Yu Shu calculated the time. Shui Rui went to the palace and would come back in the afternoon. So she was not in a hurry to go back to Wangji Tower. Instead, she asked Lao Chui to drive the carriage to find the commercial association of Tihan in the east of the city and go to the territory of Beijing. The Depan dynasty encouraged the people's livelihood and did not neglect the industry and commerce. The commerce in the capital was even more developed. Merchants from all walks of life had a head office in Anling. Among them, the Commercial Association of Tihan was not an old one, but it was a rising one in recent years. Last year, Pei Jing was promoted to the head office in Anling as the deputy general manager. Because he was close to Zhao Hui's family, Yu Shu often heard some market information from him. She also knew that Pei Jing had a lot of authority. She could ask him about some things that couldn't be bought outside. Before Yu Shu came, she didn't tell Pei Jing. Fortunately, it was the end of the month. Pei Jing stayed in the guild during the day. He didn't go to the shops downstairs to inspect, nor did he go to the warehouse to check the goods. Pei Jing was upstairs managing the accounts with several accountants. When he heard the waiter come up to pass on a message, he said a few words and went downstairs. When he saw Yu Shu in the tea room, he called for the waiter to change the ordinary tea on the table with the good tea he had collected the day before and greeted her with a smile. "Did the sun rise from the west today? I don't see you all day long. How do you have time to come here to find me?" Pei Jing teased Yu Shu. He was really surprised. "I have something to ask of you, uncle," Yu Shu said directly. "I want to find a few things. It's not easy to buy them outside, or they're shoddy goods. Can you help me find a way to buy them?" She didn't call him uncle for nothing. Since Zhao Hui officially recognized Yu Shu as her adopted daughter, Pei Jing also treated her as half a daughter. Because of convenience, he often brought delicious food and fun things for them. Now that Yu Shu asked, he agreed without hesitation. "You only need to say, 'As long as there is a name, I can find a way to find it for you.'" Yu Shu regarded Pei Jing as an elder. She didn't say any polite words to him. She immediately took out a shining crystal the size of a copper coin from her pouch and handed it to him. She asked, "Does uncle recognize this thing?" Pei Jing took it in his hand and rubbed it. He raised his eyebrows and said, "This is carved water essence stone. There are no holes on it. It must be used for inlay." Yu Shu was happy when she heard this. Pei Jing's guess was right. This piece of topaz was a gift from the 9th prince. It was from a beautiful brocade box. The ancients loved jade. They often used jade to ward off evil spirits. It was used to nourish people and they carried it with them. However, few people recognized this crystal. They didn't know that compared to jade, crystals of various colors were also the best choice for feng shui. Moreover, the crystal was bright and transparent. It was the best for decoration. She had seen a lot of feng shui tools in the rare objects list, all of which were carved out of jade. A small bracelet used 18 Hitian jade beads, which was expensive to make. Yu Shu had seen the same bracelet in the Axayan family's great exchange store, which was carved out of fine jade. She had copied others' ideas, so she thought of making a fuss about the raw materials. If she succeeded, she would have her own way of earning money. Pei Jing didn't know Yu Shu's plan. He weighed the topaz in his hand and smiled. He said, "This water essence looks good. Some rich people use it to decorate their jewelry. However, it is not as durable as jade. It is not very useful. Moreover, it is produced in a faraway place. So, it is not circulated in the market." Yu Shu heard his words. She was happy and worried at the same time. She was happy that no one recognized it. She was worried that it was not easy to find. She didn't have time to be disappointed because Pei Jing's next words made her excited. "I know a sea merchant. He seems to have this kind of water essence. He happens to be in the capital. If you want this thing, I will ask him." Okay. Please ask him for me." Yu Shu was happy. She didn't hide her desire for Pei Jing. "It would be best if there is ready-made. I want as much as you have. As long as the price is not too outrageous." Pei Jing waved his hand to reassure her. Don't forget what your uncle is doing. I won't let you suffer any loss. Go back and wait for the news. Yu Shu was happy. She handed a cup of tea to Pei Jing. She said embarrassedly, there is one thing that is not easy to find. You said it. Chapter 448. Due to the prevalence of barter in Daran, the peach wood, known as the dragon-subduing wood, was widely used by people. Ordinary people could not afford to buy gold, silver, and jade, but they also valued the saying of exorcising evil and seeking good fortune. They would often hang a piece of peach wood on the door beam of their houses, seeking both safety and peace of mind. Ordinary peach wood could be sold in the barter shops, and the price was not expensive. A foot-long piece would not cost more than half a string of money. But those were not of age. As long as it was more than 50 years old, the price would multiply by several times. Peach wood that was more than 100 years old was priceless in the market, and the 100-year-old peach wood root was even harder to find. When Pei Jing heard Yu Shu's request, his face revealed a hint of difficulty, and he said, items of peach wood are mostly bought and sold in the barter shops. If it was only 30 to 50 years old, I could very well help you buy it at a low price. But this 100-year-old peach wood root that you want is even rarer than lingzhi and ginseng. Not to mention that it is not available outside. Even if someone could take it out, it would most likely be snatched away by the aristocratic families the moment it appears, and it would not be up to us merchants to extend our hands. Uncle does not dare to boast. I can only help you keep an eye out for this matter. Yu Shu looked a little disappointed as she nodded her head. Then I will have to trouble you. She had heard Taoist Qingjing pass on the theory of yin and yang and the 5 elements of energy, and knew that peach wood was the essence of the 5 elements. Only on the 100-year-old peach wood root would there be a trace of innate yang energy, which could subdue 100 ghosts, and was the best at suppressing evil yin. She was inspired by the list of rare objects, and taking into consideration that Shui Rui often had to come into contact with matters of the underworld when he was in the Supreme Court of Justice, and after a long time, he would inevitably attract evil yin, so she thought of borrowing the 100-year-old peach wood root to personally cultivate an object that could be carried around with him. But this 100-year-old peach wood root was not easy to find, so this matter could only be put aside for now. Pei Jing waved his hand and said, we are a family, there is no need to be so polite. It is almost noon, you can go back and eat by yourself. I still have a big pile of accounts to verify here, so I will not keep you. As for the water essence, I will give you an answer by the day after tomorrow. Yu Shu bade farewell to Pei Jing and went to the northern part of the city to visit a few trading shops. She compared the good and the bad and purchased all kinds of items with the essence of the 5 elements to build a feng shui pond. Going back and forth like this, the 500 taels of silver she brought with her was all gone. But as the saying goes, one cannot catch the wolf without sacrificing the child. Thinking of the future profits, she didn't feel so pained. When Yu Shu returned to Wangji Tower in the afternoon, Shui Rui was already there. She called a waiter from the backyard to move the things she bought from the carriage upstairs. She then walked to the door of Shui Rui's room. When she pushed the door open, she saw that he was holding a bowl and chopsticks in his hand. There were a few hot dishes on the round table. They were still smoking and did not seem to have been touched. It is already so late, you still haven't eaten? Shui Rui raised his hand and motioned for her to sit down. He said in a low and hoarse voice, don't mention it. In the morning, I went to the palace with Ning Wang to see the emperor and explained the matter of Ji Xingxuan. I angered the emperor. In order to protect the child in Ji Xingxuan's belly, Ning Wang knelt in the imperial study for 2 hours. I couldn't leave, so I could only stand at the side as punishment. Yu Shu looked at Shui Rui sympathetically and asked, what happened after that? How did His Majesty deal with Ji Xingxuan? From Yu Shu's point of view, Of course, she didn't want to let Ji Xingxuan go. But with the current situation involving the imperial family, it was not something she could control. After His Majesty's anger subsided, he gave a secret order. Tonight, he asked me to secretly release Ji Xingxuan from the prison and hand her over to Ning Wang. Even though Yu Shu had already expected this, she couldn't help but curl her lips when she heard the emperor's order to bend the law. She said, "Are we still going to try this case? Many people are watching. At least, Chao family and Axane family will not let Ji Xingxuan go. Now that the murderer has disappeared, how are you going to explain this to the public?" When she finished speaking, she saw the corner of Shui Rui's mouth revealed a cold smile. He put down his bowl and chopsticks and leaned towards her. He whispered, "After tonight, there will no longer be a person called Ji Xingxuan in this world." Yu Shu's mouth widened in shock. She couldn't close it for a long time. Shui Rui poured 2 cups of wine. He handed one to her and brought the other to his lips. He slowly drank 2 mouthfuls before saying in a low voice, "His Majesty has always been biased towards the 7th prince. Now that such a scandal has happened, he will definitely cover it up. If we want to keep the child in Ji Xingxuan's womb alive and not cause any more trouble, there is only one way, to fabricate the false impression that Ji Xingxuan committed suicide to escape punishment. Only when she is dead, no one will pursue the matter." Yu Shu was momentarily speechless. She picked up the cup of wine that Shui Rui poured for her. She tilted her head back and drank it down. Her throat was burning. Only then did she feel that what she had heard and thought was true. Man proposes, God disposes. I had thought that Ji Xingxuan would be able to escape another calamity. Who would have thought that the straw that she was grasping at would actually prematurely sentence her to death? That day in Xian Chenyuan, Yu Shu had clearly seen Ning Wang's attitude. Right now, he only wanted to protect the flesh and blood in Ji Xingxuan's womb. When Ji Xingxuan gave birth to the child, what awaited her was undoubtedly an ending where she would keep the child but lose the mother. Yu Shu did not want to deny it. She really did view Ji Xingxuan as a thorn in her side and wanted to get rid of her quickly. But knowing that she was about to face a tragic end, she did not feel much joy in her heart. Instead, she felt a sense of regret. Ever since she came to this world, this woman had always been at odds with her. It was as if she was destined to become her mortal enemy and fight endlessly. Thinking back to that day, her predecessor had died in vain because of Ji Xingxuan. Now, because of her, Ji Xingxuan had finally walked onto the road of death. Wasn't this what the Tao of Yi said, the cycle of heaven's law, retribution is not pleasant? When Shui Rui saw the complicated expression revealed on Yu Shu's pretty face, he sighed lightly and said, "You can't escape the consequences of your own actions. Ji Xingxuan only has herself to blame, so you don't have to feel pity for her." Yu Shu blinked and came back to her senses. She could not confess her thoughts, so she could only pass the empty cup to him and ask for another cup of wine. She smiled slightly and said, "You have known me for so long. Am I the kind of person who sheds tears and pretends to be compassionate? It is the best thing for me that she has ended up like this. I only feel pity that you have no chance to investigate this case." Yu Shu and Shui Rui were the same. They did not believe that Ji Xingxuan was the mastermind of the 2 murders in Taishu Shuyuan. They also vaguely felt that the mastermind behind the scenes was carefully planning something. Unfortunately, the clues were cut off from Ji Xingxuan and there was no way to trace it. Shui Rui filled her cup with wine. A light flashed across his eyes, but he smiled and did not say anything. He raised his hand and clinked glasses with her, ding dong. Yu Shu and Shui Rui were both good drinkers. They drank half a pot of wine, but they were still sober. After the dishes were removed, they moved to the study to make tea. Shui Rui asked her about the day of sacrifice. Yushu told him about the farce in Rongxing Hall in the morning. Intentionally or unintentionally, she skipped the part where Jing Chen helped her and focused on the part where Madame Lu and Academician Gao quarreled. As she spoke, she couldn't help laughing. Big Brother didn't see the expressions on those people's faces. Madame Lu's words made their mouths crooked, but no one dared to quarrel with her. Only after she left did they make irresponsible remarks. He he he. Shui Rui saw that she did not care and said helplessly, I told you earlier. Why didn't you pay more attention? That half of the people don't agree with you. It's not necessarily Han Wenguang's idea. If you had sent a few gifts in advance, you wouldn't have been selected. Yushu's smile did not diminish. She crossed her arms and said, this ancestral worship thing, if it can be bribed with money, it's fine not to go. Even a fourth-grade female fortune teller like me can be pulled down by them. I can be selected by donating a special technique. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that there is something wrong. It's their business that they like to deceive themselves. Why should I cooperate with them? Shui Rui also knew that there were more and more muddy waters in LoveLore Library in the past few years. Thinking about it carefully, it was good to be like Yushu. Forget it. After all, you are the most famous in this Dian. This kind of thing is just icing on the cake. Moreover, when the day comes, you will have to carry the artifacts with you. If there is any mistake, it will be either a blessing or a disaster. It's better to let others do it. Yushu was not interested in the ancestral worship ceremony. Hearing Shui Rui mention it, she did not ask in detail. Instead, she leaned forward on the tea table and opened her round and bright eyes. She sweetly said, Big Brother, I want to borrow a place from you to set up a feng shui pond. What do you think? Shui Rui rarely saw her acting like this. He really could not stand it. He nodded his head in confusion before asking her, where? Yushu pointed upstairs. The courtyard on the 3rd floor. I want to make a feng shui pond and personally raise some artifacts. Shui Rui laughed, you really know how to choose a place. There are 2 feng shui eyes in this Wangji loft. One is the small pond in the middle of the backyard. The other is the courtyard. Yushu laughed, then will you lend it to me? It was just a place. Since she started asking, how could Shui Rui not give it to her? However, seeing the fervent look in her eyes, he could not help but tease her, what's in it for me to lend it to you? Hearing his tone, Yushu secretly rolled her eyes. He was at it again. Every time young Master Shui wanted to take advantage of her, he would first ask for benefits and then wait for her to take the bait. She had acted dumb and let him have his way a few times. He really thought she was easy to trick. Do you want me to give you a kiss? Ahem. Shui Rui did not expect her to be so straightforward. He choked. Although he was very moved by this proposal, he did not miss the cunning look that flashed in her eyes. His intuition told him that if he nodded, he would definitely be in trouble later. Thus, he suppressed the itch in his heart and pretended to be serious. Look at what you think of me. How am I a playboy? You can do whatever you want with the courtyard. Just don't tear down the floor. Yushu looked at him with a smile. Her eyes glanced at his thin and moderately thick lips. She thought to herself, at least he knows his place. If he really dares to take the opportunity to ask me to kiss him again, I'll see if she doesn't bite him hard later to teach him a lesson. After talking about business, Yushu did not stay for a moment longer. She stood up and said, all right, you should take advantage of the day to sleep. Look at the dark circles under your eyes. Shui Rui pressed his forehead. It would have been better if she did not say it. The moment she said it, he felt weak all over. These 2 days, he did not sleep for 2 whole nights. He was indeed tired. Then I will rest first. You go busy yourself. If you need anything, just tell Lin Fu and let him get it. Chapter 449. Feng Shui originated from the art of geomancy. In the beginning, it was used by people to look at yin and yang residences. Later, with the development of the study of Yi, there were several branches that were no longer limited to geomancy. Masters of Yi condensed the metaphysics of Feng Shui into objects and used it to seek fortune and avoid calamity. Feng Shui ponds were best if they were natural. However, natural Feng Shui ponds were mostly located deep in the mountains and forests. It was inconvenient to use it on the spot. Thus, masters of Yi would often build a Feng Shui pond in a certain area of their residences. According to the method of construction, there were 3 grades of Feng Shui pond. The 3rd grade Feng Shui pond could only be used to regulate the front and back of the house. The 2nd grade Feng Shui pond could be used to nurture animals. The 1st grade Feng Shui pond could even be used to guard the residence. It sounded mysterious, but when one understood the principles, it was just that. Yu Shu was a practical person. When she said she wanted to set up a Feng Shui pond, she asked Shui Rui for a piece of land. In the next moment, she brought people upstairs to clean up the place. In the courtyard of the 3rd floor of Wang Ji Tower, there was a Hui corridor. Looking up at the sky, the Feng Shui pond was perfect. In the middle of the empty space was a 1-meter wide balcony. It was paved with uneven cobblestones. After a few spring rains, a few weeds had sprouted in the corner. There were also a few palm-sized pieces of tender green moss. Yu Shu had set her sights on this small piece of land a few days ago. She took out a pre-drawn map and gestured on the ground. She had 2 handymen, Ah Ping and Ah Xiang, dig out the stones in the southeast corner, revealing a 3 chi radius of flat land. She watched as they cleaned up the soil while instructing Xiao Qing to call Lin Fu over. "Miss, you're looking for me." Lin Fu ran up after a while, panting. "I remember there's a fish tank in the main kitchen. Have someone clear it, wash it, and fill it with half a vat of spring water for tea. Carry it upstairs for me." Yu Shu squatted at the edge of the balcony and weighed a few cobblestones in her hand. "Ah." Lin Fu had a strange expression on his face. He hesitated and said, "There are fish in that vat every day and it smells fishy. If Miss wants to use a water vat, there is a large porcelain cup in the front hole. It looks beautiful." Yu Shu sneered and threw away the stone in her hand. "I want that fish tank. Hurry up and go. Don't delay my business." What was the use of being beautiful? The fish tank in the kitchen looked inconspicuous, but it was filled with fish that Shui Rui had carefully selected from all over the country. These fish were full of spirituality and were on the verge of becoming spirits. When cooked into a dish and eaten, it could increase one's fortune. Even if it was just a little bit, after 100 days of breathing, the fish tank would be infected with a layer of spiritual qi. It couldn't be better to use it as a Feng Shui pond. Lin Fu didn't go against Yu Shu. He obediently went and carried a spare water tank from the warehouse to keep the fish. He cleaned the fish tank that Yu Shu wanted and personally delivered it to the roof. In the afternoon, business in the restaurant was slow, so he stayed on the side and watched Yu Shu tidy up the fish tank. After she placed it in the right place, she took out a strange ruler and a piece of paper. She measured the distance between the fish tank and the fish tank. She then filled the area with some strange objects, such as tortoise bones, copper plates, red sandstones, and even 2 pieces of poria coco's root. By the time Yu Shu was done with this corner, the sun had already set. "It's done." Yu Shu patted the dust off her hands and took the teapot from Xiao Qing's hands. She drank 2 mouthfuls of water and looked at her first Feng Shui pond with satisfaction. She ordered the waiters and handymen on both sides, just leave it like this. No one is allowed to come up to the courtyard on the 3rd floor without my permission. Do you all hear me? Yes, Mississippi, a group of people answered. All right, go and do what you need to do. Yushu dismissed all the people and went back to her room. There was hot soup and water waiting for her. She took a clean bath and put on a comfortable silk dress. She went downstairs to find Shuirui. When Shuirui woke up, his complexion looked much better. He ate dinner with Yushu, and there was still a few hours before they had to leave, so he curiously followed her to the patio to look at the feng shui pond that she had built. The Shui family naturally had no lack of feng shui treasures in their house. When he saw the gray fish tank in the corner of the balcony, the corner of his eyes twitched. He turned his head and asked her, "Is it really useful to do this?" Yushu was a little unhappy when she saw his doubtful look. She rolled her eyes and pulled his sleeve to the side of the fish tank. She said, "Close your eyes and raise your hands above your head with your palms facing the sky." Shuirui hesitated for a moment, but he still did as he was told. He closed his eyes and raised his hands high. He didn't know that he looked a little silly, and he didn't see Yushu snickering. Relax your whole body. Breathe in, breathe out again, breathe in again. Do you feel anything? It seems a little cool. Shuirui said against his conscience. In fact, he didn't smell anything except a little fishy smell. It shouldn't be. Try to take 2 more breaths. Yushu quietly pulled out a strand of her hair and pinched the end of her hair. She tiptoed in front of Shuirui. Shuirui listened and moved his nose again. His hair scratched the tip of his nose. He didn't pay attention and sneezed. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw Yushu's small face that was trying to hold back her laughter. He knew that he was tricked. Pfft, ha! Yushu's shoulders shook as she laughed. Her almond-shaped eyes curved into a crescent moon. Her white teeth bit her lower lip. Halfway through her laughter, Shuirui grabbed her hand and pulled it to his chest. His dark eyes stared straight at her. Yushu realized that the situation was not good. She quickly stopped laughing. She put one hand on his hard chest and shrank her neck back. She said, "I was just playing with you. You can't be so petty." Shuirui didn't say anything. He held her fist tightly. His eyes wandered around her clean and well-behaved face. His heart was moved. He slowly lowered his head and moved closer to her forehead. Smelling her soft breath, he opened his mouth and kissed her lips. It was as if he was testing her. The next moment, he reached out and hooked her slender waist. He lowered his head and deepened the kiss. Yushu pressed her hands against his chest and was forced to raise her head. Their lips pressed against each other. His gentle breath made it impossible for her to reject him. It was only a moment of hesitation, but it allowed him to attack her. The man's nimble tongue gently swept across her lips and teeth with a hint of deliberate flattery. It was slightly hot. It was the taste of entanglement that she had never experienced before. Very quickly, this inexperienced leftover woman was mesmerized by the kiss. She allowed his strong arms to wrap around her small waist. She narrowed her eyes and enjoyed it. In a daze, she thought, this fellow's skills were too good. He must have trained. As soon as this thought came out, Yushu's mind became clear. She felt uncomfortable in her heart. She opened her mouth and bit down. Shuirui was in a daze when he suddenly felt pain. He had no choice but to leave her soft mouth. But he was reluctant to let go of her. So he pressed against her smooth forehead and asked in a hoarse voice, "What's wrong?" Yushu pursed her wet lips in annoyance and pinched his chest with her fingers. However, Shui Rui did not even frown when she pinched his chest because he was skinny. She did not pinch much of his flesh that was neither painful nor itchy. "Who allowed you to kiss me?" Shui Rui didn't know what she was thinking. He thought that she was shy. He felt an indescribable satisfaction from the deep kiss just now. His heart warmed. He put one hand on her waist and the other on her shoulder. He pulled her into his arms. His lips gently touched her forehead and said in a very serious manner, "Ah, Shu, wait a little longer. After a few days, I will go to your house to ask for your hand in marriage, okay?" Things happened too suddenly. Yushu's mind turned twice before she understood what he was saying. This guy couldn't be proposing to her, right? Yushu suddenly raised her neck and almost hit Shui Rui's chin. She carefully looked at his handsome face, trying to see what was going on. Shui Rui didn't see any happy expression on her face. He couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He hugged her tighter. His eyes darkened and said in a low voice, "You don't want to." She didn't want to. The two of them just saw each other for a few days. Now they were talking about marriage. It was like the wind and rain. Would they directly roll on the bed and give birth to a child tomorrow? Yushu's expression at this moment fully expressed her thoughts. Shui Rui was a smart person. How could he not know that she was not willing? In a split second, her heart was in turmoil. What tenderness and sweet feelings were all destroyed. This little ingrate. He had kissed and hugged her. He almost dug out his heart and lungs for her, but she actually didn't want to marry him. He resisted the urge to break her waist. He took a breath and squeezed a smile at her. He softened his voice and said warmly, "I am being rude. You are still studying at the LoveLore Library. The marriage is not urgent. We will discuss it later." He was not angry. He was not angry. He cast a long line to catch a big fish. He was not angry at all. Yushu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She patted her chest recklessly and rolled her eyes at him. "You scared me." Shui Rui secretly gritted his teeth. He thought that if she dared to say another word of nonsense, he would make her happy even if she was not willing. It was a good thing that Yushu did not continue to test Shui Rui's patience. She pushed him and said, "What time is it? Don't you want to go to the judicial office? Hurry up and leave." And Shui Rui reluctantly let go of her waist. His other hand was still around her shoulder as he led her down the stairs. Yushu thought that after tonight, there would no longer be a person called Ji Xingxuan in this world. Her mind started to move. She poked Shui Rui's ribs and asked, "Can you take me with you?" Shui Rui was filled with anger. He glanced at her. "No." Yushu did not give up and said, "Take me with you. This is most likely the last time I see her." "What is there to see?" "Ning Wang is present tonight. The secret edict of the palace cannot be announced. Aren't you afraid that he will remember you when he sees you? At worst, I will disguise myself as your subordinate. It will be dark and no one will recognize me." I said no means no. Stay obediently in Wangji Tower. Di. You can't even call me Di. Damn you. Chapter 450. In the end, Yushu did not manage to convince Shui Rui to bring her to the Supreme Court. In the dark, she stood in the corridor on the second floor and watched him get on the horse carriage. She then turned back to the room to look at the unfinished cases. During these past few days, Yushu had gradually sorted out the files that Shui Rui had brought out from the Supreme Court, and she'd gathered all the information that she needed. At most, in another 2 or 3 days, she would be able to start completing the law of time of calamity. When Yushu woke up the next morning, she was not surprised to hear that Shui Rui had not returned for the entire night. In order to smuggle Ji Xingxuan, the murderer, out of the Supreme Court's prison, it was necessary to fabricate a scene of her committing suicide to escape punishment. Most probably, the real culprit was already in Prince Ning's hands and there was an additional female corpse in the prison as a substitute. After having breakfast alone, Yushu went to the courtyard to check on the feng shui pond she had set last night. Yesterday, to test its effectiveness, she had placed a pot of gentle flowers and plants beside the fish tank. After a night of adjustment, the surrounding 5 elements essence began to circulate. Looking again this morning, it was not difficult to find that the direction of the flowers and leaves had begun to tilt towards the fish tank, tilting their necks. In fact, it was Yushu's fault for her mediocre aptitude and lack of wisdom. Otherwise, she would have been able to judge the quality of the feng shui pond based on her intuition. There would not have been a need to use the stupid method of flora orientation. Yushu saw that her first feng shui pond was successfully set up and was naturally happy. Although she had made a solemn vow in front of Shui Rui, she had been so worried last night that she could not sleep, fearing that her efforts would be in vain. She had set up this feng shui pond strictly according to the position of the Gate of Life, corresponding to the Northeast Gen Palace. Among the 8 gates, the Gate of Life belonged to Earth, flourishing in summer. Earth gave birth to all things, and it controlled the circulation of yang qi. It was the gate of great fortune. Among the 5 elements, water subdued Earth. She had chosen this fish tank and the spring water from the mountain, all of which had Reiki. Under the restraint of the Gate of Life, the essence of water resided in the Gate of Life, growing and multiplying endlessly, circulating in this small feng shui pond. If she threw an artifact into the pond, after the sun and moon's good fortune, the Gate of Life would move, and the artifact that was nurtured would increase the person's luck. Using the essence of the 5 elements to nurture things, there is no lack of such methods in the list of rare objects. Anyway, Yushu has been taught by Taoist Qingjing, so she is not bad at all. Instead, she applies the 8 gates life and death swordsmanship she learned from Qingjing to the placement of the 5 elements in a bold and imaginative way. Although it seems nondescript, it is actually of excellent quality. If someone like Fang Zijing was here and saw her fiddling with this fish tank, he would definitely realize the mystery in it and scold her for wasting such a precious treasure. It was a pity that the people of Wangji Loft were all amateurs. Yushu, this unlucky child, had poor aptitude to the point that she couldn't sense any spiritual energy at all. Otherwise, she wouldn't have the guts to live in the room where Xia Jiangying died tragically. Therefore, under Yushu's subjective assumption, this feng shui pond on the patio, which is almost enough to protect a house, can only be used to nurture things. In the morning, before Shui Rui comes back, Yushu sends a message from home. Aunt Shui has been driven back. The person who comes to deliver the message is Lu Zhong. After Yushu visited Assistant Minister Yin's mansion last time, she left some harsh words. Since the marriage couldn't be negotiated, Aunt Shui was disliked in someone else's house. After staying for 2 days shamelessly, she was driven away by Madame Yin. Aunt Shui has nowhere to go. Early this morning, she brought servant girl Xiang Sui back to the small courtyard that Yushu bought for her. The servant woman in charge of cooking had been instructed by Yushu to immediately run to Zhao Hui's house to deliver the message when she saw her mistress return. When Yushu receives the message, she isn't in a hurry to see Aunt Shui. She quietly records her case in the study until Shui Rui comes back. How is it? Is everything settled? Yushu consciously wrings a handkerchief and hands it to Shui Rui, who just entered the door, to wipe his sweat. She asks someone to instruct the kitchen to prepare something to eat. She turns back and asks about Ji Xingxuan. Shui Rui gives a light sigh and sits down on a chair. He says with his eyes half closed, in the second half of the night, Ning Wang took her away. I found a convict on death row to be punished in advance. She scratched her face and took the fall for her. This matter only came out early in the morning. When I went to report to Shangqing Darren, I only concealed the fact that Ji Xingxuan couldn't bear the humiliation and went crazy. She couldn't accept it and hanged herself. Yu Shu sighed in her heart and said worriedly, "Everyone says that Lord Guo, the Chancellor of the Supreme Court, is an impartial king of hell. Your words are full of loopholes. Didn't he suspect anything?" Seeing how tired Shui Rue is, she is dissatisfied with the master in the palace. With a gag order, the two of them can relax, but Shui Rue has to work hard to clean up their mess. Shui Rue opened his eyes and looked at her. With a smile that was not a smile, he said, "Lord Guo won't believe me easily, but he won't believe that I will deceive him even more. If he uses his brain, he will know whose intention it is. In the end, he will definitely pretend to be confused." Yu Shu changes her mind. She shakes her head and says, "There are no fish in the clear water. In this world, how can there be a righteous person like Justice Bao? The highest is the emperor's order. If the emperor wants the minister to die, the minister has to die. Only those who don't care about their lives will destroy the emperor." Yu Shu chatted with Shui Rui for a while and ate with him. She urged him to go in and rest, then she turned around and asked Lao Chui to drive the car out of the door. She brought along the two girls, little Qing and little Dai. Yu Shu had long known that concubine Chui wasn't a law-abiding person. If it wasn't for Yu Xiaoxiu's sake, she would have long packed this woman up and thrown her back to Yiyang City based on the fact that she had turned a blind eye to the two siblings. This time she was almost sold by this mother. She was really angry with concubine Chui who dared to take advantage of her marriage. She was waiting for her to come back and teach her a good lesson, so that this woman would not make mistakes in the future and make trouble for her. At this time, Aunt Chui doesn't know that a disaster is coming. She is sitting at the door of the central room. She is eating melon seeds and talking about her miserable life. She scolds Yu Shu from time to vent her anger. Maid Xiangsui lowers her head and adds tea for her. The old maid who keeps the fire hides in the kitchen. "I was pregnant for 10 months and gave birth to such a heartless thing. People always say that daughters lose money. Not only did she lose money, but she also almost caused me to lose my life. I was originally living a good life as a grandmother in Yiyang Prefecture. I lived in a big house and ate fish every day. It was all that Jinx's fault. She killed her father and now she came to kill me. I was pregnant for 10 months and gave birth to such a heartless thing. People say that daughters are losers. She not only lost money, but also almost made me lose my life. I used to be a good grandmother in Yiyang City. I lived in a big house and ate fish and meat. It's all that Jinx's fault. She killed her father and then came to kill me." Gu, Mississippi. When Xiangsui sees Yu Shu, she shrunk back and stammered. After Yu Shu entered, she waved her hand for Xiao Dai to close the door. She walked in front of Aunt Chui and smiled. "Why is mother back? Is she not staying at the assistant minister's fu?" Aunt Chui is timid and angry when she faces Yu Shu. She is subconsciously afraid that Yu Shu, this daughter who is not even close to her, is angry at Yu Shu's unfilial behavior. She can't admit defeat. She says stubbornly, You girl, still dare to say it. A good marriage has been ruined by you. You still have the face to ask me." Yu Shu looks at her for a moment and doesn't try to reason with her. She turns her head and says to Xiangsui, who is submissive, "What did I teach you last time? And didn't I tell you to take good care of Yin Yang and immediately come back to tell me if she goes out?" Her voice is not loud and her tone is not hot, but her sharp eyes make one shudder. Xiangsui clenches her fists and lowers her head. She says in a small voice, "This servant knows her mistake. Where did you do wrong?" Xiangsue, this servant girl, lives with this muddle-headed mistress, Aunt Shui, in the Ji family's rear residence. It has to be said that she has some wits about her to be able to live safely until today. Right now, seeing Yushu's attitude, she knows that Yushu wants to make a move on her. Other than being afraid, she regretted her previous wishful thinking and going against Yushu's words. After living a few comfortable days with Aunt Shui in the Yin residence, she forgot Yushu's warnings at the back of her mind and started to dream of being an official servant. Yin Yang coaxed her and said that when Miss marries the young master of the assistant minister's fu, she will be bestowed to Miss as a dowry. In the future, she might be able to become a Yin Yang. Why aren't you speaking? I'm not asking you. As usual, Yushu speaks in a soft voice. She doesn't sound angry at all, but it makes the other person's hair stand on end and panic uncontrollably. This servant did not listen to Miss and did not look after Yin Yang. I shouldn't have let her go out. Xiangsue says these words in a trembling voice. She doesn't care that Aunt Shui's face has turned green and she glares at her angrily. Yushu reaches out to lift Xiangsue's chin. She doesn't use much strength and says in a serious tone, "When I brought you out of the Ji family, it was because I saw that you have a bit of cleverness. But now, you eat my food, live in my house, and wear my clothes, but you don't know who you should listen to. What's the use of a traitor like you?" Xiangsue is already trembling. She averts her eyes and doesn't dare to look at Yushu. She looks like she is about to cry. After all, you came from the south with my mother. For the sake of our relationship, I won't sell you this time. But you have done something wrong, so you have to be punished. Shao Qing, Shao Dai. Yushu let go of her and took 2 steps to the side. She called for the maid she brought from Wangji Lu and glanced at Mistress Shui. Her lips curled into a mocking smile as she said, "Slap her mouth one by one until I'm happy." Xiangsue's legs soften and she almost kneels down. Shao Qing and Shao Dai look at each other. On the way here, they only heard that Yushu is going to visit her mother. The 2 sisters are a little happy, thinking that Yushu is close to them. Who knows that when they arrive at the place, it is not the case at all. Why are you still not moving? Hit her. Yushu suddenly shouts coldly, scaring everyone in the courtyard. Shao Qing is the first to react. She grits her teeth and slaps Xiangsue's face regardless of the consequences. Slap. Xiangsue tilts her head and tears fall. She happens to see Aunt Shui's evasive gaze. Her heart turns cold. Shao Dai sees this scene and sneaks a peek at Yushu. Seeing her cold expression and thinking of the girl in Wangji Tower who is easy to serve and talk to, she swallows her saliva. Rather than saying it is fear in her heart, it is better to describe it as awe. After Shao Qing slaps Xiangsue more than 10 times, Shao Dai dawdles, but she also slaps. Just like that, Xiangsue's face is bruised. She tilts her head and a mouthful of bloody saliva splashes on Aunt Shui's shoulder. Her inhuman appearance falls into Aunt Shui's eyes. This woman finally can't sit still anymore. She screams and jumps up. She runs into the room with a pale face. Enough. Yushu stops at this moment. Looking at the servant girl who was slapped until her eyes are dazed, she frowns without a trace and says coldly, "This time, you should remember who you are going to listen to in the future." Xiangsue, twice and knelt on the ground with a thud. She keeps nodding her head, afraid that Yushu doesn't believe that she is loyal. Ignoring her, Yushu looks at the closed door of the room and calls the servant woman hiding in the kitchen. She gives her a few instructions and leaves with Shao Qing and Shao Dai. Outside the door, Yushu pauses and turns to say to Shao Qing, "Go in and leave some money for her medicine." You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.